What is up, y'all? It's your boy Aniki. We got Say Yes.
Aye.
We got Archbishop East.
Hell the king.
And we got Ponzu sorting out some mic issues right now. But let's see real quick. All right. All right. So jumps out early. That means live reaction comes earlier. Let's go. It's simple as that. We move when the chapters drop. The scriptures release, the preachers preach. That is how the Church of MHA moves. So yeah, okay. Let's see. Biz. And we got Rex loading in. Let's see you here yet, Rex.
Here.
Hey, all right. I'm about to open up the chapter. Let's see what's popping. 2 weeks, 2 days. Well, yeah, I heard you. I just heard you, Ponzu.
Okay,
I
it's
don't know
good.
yet.
Yeah. Chapter 289.
Let's go.
Shortly after deploying Gigantomachia, Miss Candid and Miss Shutaway. All right, so we got Najira getting a little bit of shine here. Let's go. Hey, Ingenia, why'd you come with us again? I'm trusting those of you who can fly to pass on the message. Get word to the heroes fighting near the hospital. I will accompany them. But you can't whoa, he's fast. I'm fully prepared to accept punishment for violating orders, but 3 of my classmates ran off and haven't returned, and 2 of them taught me a valuable lesson. They're my dear friends. You thought Ita would be left aside, did you? All right. Let's see. Shoto coming in to grab Deku 2 mid-air. Bakugo Midoriya Endeavor.
Hey, honey.
What?
Listen. I call a spade. I give you a W where it's W, and I take my L's when I take my L's. Viz shit on the scans already in like 3 aspects so far.
Damn.
Like already.
Damn. See, y'all keep suffering these midlations. I don't understand you. Bakugo, okay, they're still alive. Hang in there while I administer first aid. Correct. Tomura, no, you must retreat. Oh my God. AFO literally out here like, bro, I'm trying to save you. You're not the boss of me. Oh, there's the energy blast.
I wouldn't have thought nature to fight Tomura people.
I mean, she can blast them from a distance. Let's go.
Yeah, sure. Love it.
Endeavor on the ground, bleeding, leaking. Everyone. A gigantic villain is making his way here. We've informed the heroes fighting the Nomu over there. Ida, get Midoriya and the others out of here. Now I can see why you didn't all return promptly. I have to stay near Shigaraki. He's still coming after me, so just take Kachana and Endeavor. His healing has slowed down. He's seriously weakening. Hado, so many little maggots crawling around. Toss that hoe. Let's go. We switch over to Ochako Vision. Sorry, but I'm way stronger than last time. I need to make direct contact without getting my blood sucked or wasting too much time. There's got to be a way. Listen, Ochako. When I think about the people I love, it makes me want to become them. This desire to take all their blood from myself gushes up till I just can't stand it. I get all emotional just thinking about it. That's how I am. But other people aren't like that. It's so hard for me to live like this. Busting in through the kitchen, coming in, dodging. Almost stabbed her, so she had to duck, knock the door. Yeah. This one nasty lady said my normal was sad and miserable. And then guess what? She tried to kill me. So you know what I did, Ochako? I used your blood and your quirk to drop her from way up high. Drinking the blood of someone I love gives me their quirk too. Oh, I was so happy when it happened. Toga. Ooh, they're both using tendrils to fight now too. Let's go. I would never feel happy about dropping a person out of the sky. I mean, what's your point? What are you trying to tell me? Uh-oh. Let's see, she stole the, ooh. Give it back. This is something precious to you. It sure is. Well, Jen was like a precious big brother to me. We're the same, Ochako. Because I know you like Izuku. I've always felt that. So Izuku must have given this to you, right? That makes us the same, right? I can't waste time on her. But when I go at her head on, she just dodges. So instead, 0 satellites shut those feelings away. She's about to whip that shit at you. Man, let's go. I touched all this stuff when I got knocked down. Exactly. I've also held it in for so long. When I was little, I was told to stop being me, but that doesn't work. When you shut your feelings away, it only grows inside. Himiko Toga, if you're going to live as you please, and threaten people, then you also have to live with the consequences. Smacking this hoe with furniture. Right? Thought so. Thanks for that. Bye-bye. Froppy. Oh, she just yeeted her. Froppy, why is Himiko Toga here? Hi, Sue. Didn't I tell you not to call me that? Ooh, boom, boom. She's gone. She might be aiming for our blind spots. Let's stand back to back. No, she ran away. Won't stop. The giant villain getting bigger won't stop. We're losing live feed airwaves. Ochako, since we like the same boy, I thought maybe we could confide in each other about love. I'm going back to the league. She was crying. My confusions are all cleared away. You get all the tendrils. Ida, Shoto, and Nigiri turning to notice. Makia busting out of the shell. Oh man, look at Dobby surveying the view. That smug little fucking snake. I love it. I love it.
Of course.
Well, Dobby ain't the snake. That clear. He ain't the snake. Some people are, but Dobby not.
That view.
He's true to himself.
He's raw. That's all he is.
Trash. That's all he is.
Trash.
Wow.
Trash.
Where'd
All
that
right.
come from?
C tier villain right here, man.
C tier. Oh yeah, C tier.
I'll do it back
Take
again.
out.
Don't
C
worry
tier.
when he
Take
take
out
an
number
S tier.
twos.
Don't worry in a few weeks when he taking
gonna
S
tell you
tier
the
and the
Debbie that-
hotel shaking their ass. I'm gonna be laughing at you niggas.
Like I said, C tier's villains don't take out number two villains. No, number two heroes.
Shit, you mean number one? Ha, two.
He's
Damn, he
number
would
one.
get 2 dubs in one arc. That is
He's
wild.
the number one here.
So it's confirmed. It's confirmed we're gonna get the it should at least we should get the Dobby backstory this year.
Yes. Or we should start
I
it.
would hope so.
So here's the
You're gonna
thing.
have
Here's the thing about that. Here's the thing about that. If it doesn't happen in this moment, we're never getting it. It's never happening because there's literally no other. This is the perfect situation. Dobby's here, and Deborah's here, and Todoroki's here.
Yeah.
If it doesn't happen this time,
Can we please say and Shoto is here because that part gets confusing.
What's up, you bro?
Shoto's here. So yeah, there's literally no other time that this can happen.
Mm-hmm.
This is
Like I told
So
somebody. Yeah.
So what this means is either Rex is going to be wearing the clown suit or Dustin is by the end of this year.
This I just want everyone in the chat to know this is the greatest storyline right now, and it's been building up. It's been since the beginning. It's been foreshadowed. We're now gonna see the payoff. Either I'm right or I'm wrong. I can't wait. This is legendary. It's gonna be legendary. It's gonna be legendary. That's all I'm gonna say, man. It's gonna be legendary.
If you're right, oh man, damn. You're the number one bishop, bro.
It's cool, man. It's cool. This is. It's been a build up, man. It's been built up.
This is because there's a lot of This has made it all the more exciting.
No. If we get this like with it like next chapter, it's over. I'm tearing apart the best manga 2020 stream.
Listen. Let me tell you. Listen, I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now. This shit is over with. 293 what's about to be? Yeah, 291 is going to parallel with 191 when Dobby pulled up on Endeavor last time, and it's going to be peak because they still got one more chapter for they fully pull up. Unless he got like a couple minutes, but they still gotta be like, oh shit, Maki is here. Do a few more things.
The same thing. Literally, next chapter will be the setup for the Dabi or Toya Todoroki. I'm thinking about it. 291. That will be the best for the Dabi. So tomorrow, so next week, or I don't know when it's come the next chapter, we'll have like a setup for the confrontation. And the end of the chapter, we're gonna hear Lil Bro from Dabi, and Dear Daddy. So I'm waiting for these guys.
Oh, all right. So someone in the chat said if Rex is right, I'll question Hori's reasoning to focus on Dobby so much. Hori hasn't really focused on, like, the community has been overly focused on Dabi. He hasn't really been focused on Dabi that much.
Yes.
Like, it's like if you reread My Hero, there's very little focus on Dabi. It's just that this theory has been going on since the camp arc, so everyone else has been overly focused on Dabi.
I think that Horikoshi did plant some clear hints towards.
Yeah, but it's not crazy.
But
yeah, but it's still in a way that he has plausible deniability. But
hell yeah, I'm waiting for that plausible deniability.
This is the thing. This is the thing about Dabi. He just dropped hints alluding to it all the time. Like, what reason we have to hide his identity? It's just a mystery behind him. Is S tier for Lily. Couldn't rank S tier by Hori for a reason. It's like, okay, why did he say? First of all, he got blue fire. Of course, they're gonna relate him to Endeavor. And then he says Shoto Todoroki, Angie Todoroki. And when he first meets Shiggy, he's like, I go by Dabi. And it was like, I don't want that shit. I want your actual name. He was like, when the time comes, I will. Then I'll reveal my real name. And that's how they got into that little scuffle real quick. And then he pulled up on Angie and stuff like that. It's like that how he knows Hawk's name. And then when he revealed who he was, the Hawks, then a black speech bubble. It's like he's setting up. And that's the thing. This nigga already knows that you know who he is. Is one thing that you can't nobody ever deny is always execution. We knew half of this shit was gonna happen. We didn't know how it was gonna go down.
So the other thing though is that you forgot to mention that he's also left-handed. So the first time you see him shoot fire, it's actually done in the exact same pose. Like here, like sweeping the exact same motions and everything. So like at that point, unless his argument is all fire style users are primarily left-handed and use their attacks that way.
Yeah, but left-handedness isn't. I mean, there are quite a few left-handed people, and
nigga, that's coincidence.
Hereditary? I mean, my mom is left-handed and I'm not left-handed.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter. Because like the reason why that matters though is that when you would be training somebody to fight like you, they would all end up having to learn they would learn your fighting style the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but left-handedness and right-handedness is not necessarily something you
learn in training.
You're born with that.
No, you can actually have it because like my little sister was going to be left-handed and my mom
my mom was too, and now her handwriting is miserable.
Like no, like your parents, like my mom will force you to be right-handed. That was one of her things.
Yeah. At our house, we learn to be like from really young. They force you to write down.
Yeah, I know, but that's a conscious force. It's not something you pick up from your parents. It's something you have to be consciously forced. That's why I'm not sure if Endeavor would go through the effort to teach his son to be left-handed.
When it's the same thing. It's just with your right hand.
Right. It's not any. There's no.
Yeah, there's no benefit.
Actually, there's actually probably even a disadvantage to being left-handed. So
you know what? This is why I don't care what nobody say. That'd be a goddamn God tier character. This nigga got us arguing about the use of a left hand. Come on now. Nigga sidetracked from the chapter, which is jam-packed full of things we should have been talking about by now. Instead, we over here arguing about a damn left.
But this is a part of the chapter, though. This is because Dabi, he's here now. He has the camera lens on his face. This is the part of we're just predicting on what's gonna happen next. So this is
you talk about
also like you got to realize like the shit that an author will use to tell you, hey, look at these guys and they're similar, isn't always shit that tracks with the real world anyway.
Right.
Like we also don't have fire superpowers, but like we got the connections.
I say what we should do is don't talk about Dabi anymore. Relating to his past until the reveal, because it's close. So we should just let the hype build up, not say anything about it.
But it's difficult because I think most predictions that we make regarding what Dabi is going to do now are somewhat dependent on what we assume his past was.
No, I'm just saying us, like in the stream, we should like just let the tension build up. Then when the reveal happens, everybody can get their takes off. Dude, I swear to God, if I'm right. Oh my!
I'm gonna congratulate you if you're right.
For 30,
man, damn.
No, that's cool, dude. I'm okay with being wrong. I'm also okay with being right. But if I'm right, oh, dude, for 30 minutes, everybody has to shut the hell up and just let me go on a wreck. Cause Jesus Christ.
Part of me really thinks that if you're right, even you would be surprised.
Man wouldn't even have anything to say. He'd be like,
I didn't expect
that. Bro,
so anyway. Rex, it'd be like anyway. Rex sitting there in shock, like,
dude. I'm telling you, I'm gonna have my camera on. I'm a wee red. I'm gonna have a Superman outfit on.
You're probably already gonna have your clown outfit on because you assume you're gonna lose, and you go, wait, let me change real quick.
Oh my god.
Yeah, guys, Rex over here.
If you're right, man, I'm gonna sing for you, bro.
I bet you Tarnis in the chat right now talk about some MHA drop. If Rex is right.
Oh, Tarnis.
No, I don't even think
Tarnis. You're more worth than this, bro.
Yo, hold on, my
I mean,
YouTube channel said there's a 0.1% chance Rex is right. I'm gonna show him pro tag as long as it's not a 0% chance.
Nigga, you a side character.
As long as there's not a 0% chance, I still have a chance.
And I wouldn't say it's 0.1. I would say it's probably 0.5.
It's still not 0, baby. We still in the running.
Somebody throw a rock at this man. You better go to his house and throw a rock at him.
Start talking about the chapter because Tarnis did bring up something I wanted to talk about.
What?
I agree, Tarnis. What do y'all think about the Toga stuff? Shit hurt my feelings. Same here, Tarnis.
I
thought that was great.
I think most of us, remembering last week's stream, I think most of us expected this fight to go to some end, to some conclusion, but this was really just a talk. And I mean, I have nothing against it. It's just that I think I expected it to be longer, to be an actual fight, but this was more of a short clash, small talk, leave.
Well, like, I mean, me personally, sorry. I thought it was either going to be the whole chapter, or if not the whole chapter, it was going to be like part of the chapter. I didn't think it was going to be anything big, because like I was saying last week, was anytime we go away from the main conflict to talk about something that's not really a part of the conflict, Horikoshi only does it for like a couple of pages or so.
No, none of us I think expected us to be long, but we had a lot of discussions about is one of them gonna be captured or really injured?
Oh,
but none of that happened. It was just we had a lot of discussion last week. I remember that.
Because that was a talking point for a lot of people about her getting captured, and I was like, I thought that would be a bad idea.
It makes no sense. It didn't make sense.
Yeah, so I was like, I was never a fan of that. But on the other side of things, I never expected this to be like a fucking super like amazing fight. Because I remember when I was looking at the spoilers with a lot of people in our chats, a lot of people were disappointed because they were thinking it was going to be way bigger than this, which I think but I don't think that's the fault of the chapter. I think it's the fault of the break itself, because the break kind of made people have more time to think about what's going to happen, and their expectations went up higher and higher because of the extra time. But for me, even for what it was, they still fought. They still fought as they talked. It wasn't like that big a deal. It wasn't like nothing like too spectacular. They were still fighting though, so it was fine with me.
The point wasn't to fight though. Like she did.
No. You're right. That's what that's what I told people. Because the thing is, people were like, it was like this was way too quick. It was like, well, the purpose of her going there was to get an answer. She didn't go there to throw hands, but people might have forgotten that because of the 2-week break.
And even in this chapter,
people didn't care. They never actually care why people do things in these series.
But the thing is, I think this is something we can't just say other people did this. We definitely also had big talks about this going to be Ochako's big moment, and it wasn't. It wasn't Ochako's big. It was a nice moment for Ochako, but it was barely a big moment.
Oh, I left early last week. No wonder y'all. Okay, this is making sense now. Was it last week I left? Like, no,
no, it was 2 weeks ago. This was 2 weeks ago.
Did I leave early that stream?
I don't remember.
Yeah, you did.
Right,
okay, because y'all are talking about like discussions that like, I don't remember any of these discussions. Yeah. Okay. Never mind.
Yeah, but I was getting at was no. I'm not gonna say that about that, because the people I'm talking to are who actually care about the series. But as I said before, it's just a thing that happens when you take a break in the middle of a cliffhanger.
Even in this chapter, it was very clear that Toga, like Ochako said, anytime I go towards her, she dodges. Like she was only defending herself. She had no intentions of actually hurting Ochako in any way.
Yes.
You could just tell this whole fight she just wanted to talk. And I think it's really sad because this could have been, unbeknownst to Ochako, this could have been the conversation that could have saved Toga, or maybe even potentially brought her to their side.
I doubt that.
No. I doubt that, because there's no way Ochako could say anything that would agree with Toga.
Yeah,
because ultimately, the matter
no.
is, even if she has these feelings that she wants to hurt people, she wants to drink people's blood, it's not something she can actually live out.
Yeah, because the thing is, like, she wasn't looking for like, so maybe I'm in the wrong side. Maybe you help me figure that out. No, her thing was, do I have the right to live? So, and then essentially, like, are y'all just gonna kill me too? just like you did Jin, and the answer, and she got her answer from Erotica. No matter, even if she would have said, no, of course I wouldn't have killed you. Cool, thanks, I needed that. And then she would dip it. She'd still dip.
I don't think so. I think there's.
Yes,
I mean, Ochako didn't
No,
say
okay,
that she's
here's
gonna
the-
kill them. Ochako said that she has to live with the consequence of her actions.
Here's the no. So what Ochako basically told her though was like, if somebody kills you because you're trying to stab them, that's on you. You don't get to run from that.
Yes.
And the reality is that there's nothing Ochako could have said in character that could have saved Toga. That's the real point here. Nothing within like who she already is or is trying to be can allow her to justify Toga living the way Toga wants to.
That's what I'm saying.
But that's real quick. But that's besides the point I am making. I'm saying there is a world. There is a world if Ochako says the right thing.
Though.
But that's besides the point.
I know what you mean.
Y'all literally.
I
don't care. I don't care. Let me finish. I don't care about in character. I don't care what how Ochako is. I'm saying there is a world. If she says the right thing, Toga literally says, "Wow." If Ochako says literally, "Hey, I don't have the answers right now, but if you come with me, we can work together, and like we can figure this out together," or something like that. Maybe Toga really sits back and thinks like, "Oh, like because she 90% expected Ochako to have the answer she expected. She's like, "Oh, that's what I thought. You're going to kill me. You're going to do whatever you can." But there's a world in which Ochako says something different than what Toga thought, and it really like takes her aback. Like, wow.
Is there a world where no?
No.
Here's the question: is there a world where Toga betrays the people that Jin cared about within 10, 20 minutes of Jin dying, knowing that that's the whole motivation here anyway, though?
You're missing what I'm saying. They don't have to be mutually exclusive. She doesn't have to betray them to also.
She can't go to the good side and not betray them.
You can't go. You can't work with the hero.
Who says anything about going to the? Who says anything about going to the good side? She can literally remove herself from the situation.
But that's still betraying them because
because
she was
if she's not benefiting,
that's desertion.
No, you don't get it. You don't get it. She was called up to be with the League with Shigaraki at that battlefild. If she deserts them and abandons them, that's betraying them. You don't have to actually actively work against somebody to betray them. You betrayed their trust. If I told you I need you here right now, and you said, "Nah, fuck that, I'll do something else," that's betraying their trust.
Like even Nabi showed up for Deka, even though he hadn't been with them for like 6 weeks.
It's betraying them.
Yeah, it's desertion.
I do think that Toga more or less heard what she expected to hear, and therefore also interpreted Uraraka's words in a way that were the way she would expect it to hear them. And I do think that Ochako, within her character, could have actually said things, not to turn Toga around, but to not. I mean, what Ochako did here was the words she chose were enough to strengthen Toga in her belief that she already had. And I do think that Ochako could have found words, even within character, that would not have done that. But only if, and I think that's the other aspect, if Toga had phrased the question differently. The way Toga phrased the question, there was no way Ochako was answered in any way that Toga would like. But if Ochako had straight away asked, "Do I deserve to live?" Ochako would have not answered with no. No way. She would have answered with no in character.
Yes.
But she didn't ask, "Do I deserve to live?" She asked, "Well, I killed this person after she told me that I was sad and miserable and then tried to kill me because I like to drink people's blood." And then Ochako said, "Well, you have to live with the consequence of your action." It's a very different to "Do I deserve to live?" No.
Yes.
But also,
I would like to say something. I'll let you all speak. So, I'm on It says what she said was the thing that I was thinking also. Ochako just responded to her question right now. She just said, if you do something, you don't live alone here. So if you do something, people will react to it, so there will be consequences. Some people will gladly kill you. Other people will just try to catch you, what the heroes do, and put you somewhere in prison, something like this, But she never asked. She never asked if she was, if she was worth to live, if her life was worth to live, and also from what we see, Toga already knew the answer.
Yes.
She already knew the answer, and I don't know what she was expecting, but she was crying at the end of the conversation. She was crying a reason that we right now we don't know what because we don't know why she's crying right now. She thought that maybe she could understand with like Ochako for something, but she knew that the difference that they have is that Ochako know that she tries to kill people. If they you put them each other in the same room, Toga will try to kill Ochako because she wants to be her.
I mean, I'm not
Okay,
gonna lie.
so
I'm not gonna lie. I feel it was a little. I feel from what she was from the way she described that encounter with Curious to Uraraka. To be fair, I think she was in the right. So I don't know why that was necessarily an issue. Only thing I think kind of made it an issue is the fact that she said she used her power to kill her. But to be fair, it was self defense in a way.
Yeah.
well, also like my thing is that even like so when Ochako noticed that Toga was crying, when she said right, I thought so. This is literally like you are suspecting someone of, let's say you in your mind your significant other is cheating on you, and you like know for like 99% that she's cheating on. You're hoping for that 1%. That's what Toga was hoping for Ochako. That 1% that maybe that Ochako would say something that wasn't what she thought it was. That's why she was crying, because like in the end of the day, she knows like her beliefs were confirmed, but she was still holding out hope. And I think that's what like Toga was holding out hope that Ochako would say something that was outside of what she would say. And I'm saying if like even if she didn't completely to betray the league there, Ochako saying something different may have planted the seeds in her head.
Yeah. No,
But
I
that
can
could
agree with
but
that.
that
I can
but
agree
that
with
could but Ochako saying what she said completely erase all that, and then it also hardened her convictions. Now she's gonna go even harder for the league. So that's what I'm saying. In the world, there is a way that Ochako says the right thing to Toga. This is literally like what this is a Shigaraki moment with the people on the street for Toga. This is
But
the
that's
moment
another.
Ochako. It's not exactly. It's not a one-on-one thing, but this is the moment that Ochako potentially saves Toga in a way that we don't like foresee. Like maybe not right now because she's still feeling this way about twice, but this is her moment to save her.
No,
But she
no,
doesn't save her.
that's what I was going
I don't
to.
really
No,
know
that's what I
about
was going to
this
say.
because the thing
No,
is,
that's what I.
No.
Hold on, hold
This
on,
is
hold on.
what
What I was going to say. What I was going to say was, okay, I don't agree with it, but I could see what you're coming from with this one. Versus, like, if it was planting the seeds of doubt in her mind, I could see that potentially. But that was, but yeah, her turning off of this alone was never gonna happen.
but
Yeah.
but
And even then, if it was just this and there's nothing after this, that would still not be enough to change her, because the fact is she's built all these bonds and these beliefs with her with the league. Just because Radhika tells her, yeah, you don't have to you can live how you want. We don't have to kill you. Like, you don't have to kill you. She knows for a fact society doesn't believe that. It's just the fact that she won't do it. But the thing is, society doesn't believe that. She's been shown that multiple times. But Radhika just telling her, yeah, nah, you can live how you want. What's that gonna
but
do?
but you
No,
also
That doesn't.
listen the thing that
no.
Toga literally like she's infatuated with the people she loves, Izuku, Ochako. Like if one of the people that she loves like this says something to her, it holds more weight than more people.
Yes,
It'd
but
been different if Bakugo.
no, you're
Like,
not getting
I'm
me. You're not.
just
You know,
I'm no,
but
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that this is the moment right here. Like this doesn't and this doesn't absolve Togo of anything she does. It doesn't at all. But what I'm saying is it plants the seeds in her mind that maybe there is a world different than the path I'm following. But Ochako shut that world out completely, and now she's fully fortitude, like
No,
to do
she
what she
didn't.
needs.
but that's
I
the thing.
think
No,
But
I
okay,
think
time out. No, no,
I can't.
time out.
Go
No,
ahead.
no.
Go ahead.
Because saying that Ochako shut that world out is just straight up wrong.
yeah.
What she told her was, if you're going to do these things, you're going to be held liable for them. Basically, you can't hurt people for no fucking reason, and you can't just do that.
But yeah,
So,
she pretty much told her she has to be
like, there's
responsible for her own actions.
right. So, like, you can't be like, damn, Ochako told me like
Oh
that if
my!
I kill people, then it's my like,
No,
then I'm on the hook for that.
that's not
Like,
what I'm saying.
no. But that you have to understand that that's basically what Toga's doing here.
Yeah.
Oh my
That's
god!
the
And I
that's what
think
she's
Like,
doing. Instead of being
Are,
like, all right, yeah, I can't do that, she's like putting that off on Ochako, putting that burden on her. When the reality is that nothing Ochako can do and tell the truth with can save Toga.
but
but we also
going
have
back,
to
I'm just going back to your original point of like you were saying that what did you say about how like fuck I can't remember what specifically you said, but what I'm saying is like with Toga in this situation, like this, I understand what you're saying, like oh yeah, what you say about like she didn't ask the right questions, right? But the thing is, Toga isn't there all mentally. Of course, she didn't ask the right questions for Ochaku. Of course, she didn't say the right things to get Ochaku to say the right things. But that's just how Toga thinks. When I'm saying, like, unknowingly, Ochaku cut off that world for Toga. Toga didn't give her the chance to answer it correctly because of how she asked the question. But she did cut off that word because that's why she's crying. It's that 1% chance I was talking about. She cut off the world from. But she didn't ask the right. She didn't ask the right questions to get the right answer. Is
You're
what
not
I'm
thinking
saying.
about the way Toga was imagining.
I doubt that Toga's question was ever about whether there is a possibility for her to change sides. What she wanted to know if the people she loves, that she thinks she loves in this way that she loves people, that she loves Izuku and Ochaku, is if they think that she deserves to do what she does and live with it. And the thing is, Ochako never doubted this before, only after Twice died. And even before she started, she loved Izuku. And I think for all this time, she didn't really think about whether Izuku would doubt her right to live the way she lives. And only now that Twice died, she started doubting this. However, being whether she can deny or not deny, whether she can, I'm missing the words now. I'm forgetting how to speak English. Whether Ochako's word would have strengthened her in her belief that these people don't care about me, or would have changed these beliefs back to, well, they do care about me. This was never why she joined the League. It was never why she did what she does. She does what she does because that's who she is. That's what she enjoys doing, and that's where she thinks she can do what she enjoys doing most. What she wanted to know if, even despite doing all this, the people that she loves still love her back. And now she kind of found out that the people she loves don't love her back.
No.
That's a drama for her, that Izuku, she loves Izuku, but Izuku does not like her and does not like what she does. If he likes what she does, she wouldn't change sides because of that.
She would not even question her path.
I agree with y'all. But what I'm saying is that she never went in there with the question of maybe I could turn sides. But what I'm saying is, I agree with y'all. I agree with y'all on that point. But the thing I am saying is that there is a world where Ochako says the right words. She doesn't change sides completely, but the seeds are in her mind. The doubt is in her mind. But what I'm saying, like, she didn't ask the question in a way that came off and across of me trying to switch sides. But what I'm saying is Ochako's words could have saved her in the moment. Maybe not completely, but the seeds could have been planted in her mind.
I just can't agree with that due to the fact that she's one of the more far gone characters in the league.
Right.
I don't believe there is a way for you to put any level of doubt in her mind, because she is very.
What's the point of crying then?
I just want to say
because the person she loves tells her that she's a murderer.
Because you can be upset about something. You can be upset about the fact that the people you love don't love you back. That has no interest. That is no correlation with, oh yeah, she wanted her to say something that would make her think about what she's doing. No, that's not what you.
Okay, so do y'all all agree that Izuku and Ochaku is the people that Toga loves?
Yes.
Not only that, she was willing. Hold on, really quick. Not only that, she was willing to leave the league for a second to go talk to Ochaku specifically. So you don't think that? So y'all don't think that Ochaku could
not leave the league?
No, I don't. I don't think she could. I don't think.
No, I'm not saying she defected. I'm saying she left the league to do her own thing.
No, I know what you mean. I know what you're trying to say, and I'm saying that I don't believe that I don't think that holds weight in this instance, because yes, she went there to go ask a question, but she was going to come back. She was always going to come back.
Yeah, her plan was never to get an answer that would make her stay gone. Her plan was just to get an answer plan was to get an answer to feel good. This isn't you got to think that this isn't the moment where it was make or break it. That already happened years ago. That was when her parents chose to just yell at her for biting the bird. That was when her parents chose to put her in quirk rehabilitation, where they just told her not to be herself. Her make or break it moment was when she stabbed that boy and stuck a straw in his neck.
Like I said, she's too far gone. There's nothing they can say or do that are going to change her, or even make her question her life decisions.
That's the
problem with society. That's the power of Hero Society. But y'all are literally exuding the problem with Hero Society. You're just assuming that she is too far gone.
No, but I'm saying I know.
No, you are.
I'm not assuming it. I'm going off of what the story is telling us. The point of fixing society.
What you're doing is what the hero society is doing. You're literally telling them that they're too far gone. There's no saving them.
Under that same logic, if we're going to use that same logic, as we can use that on Shiggy too, then I guess, right?
I'm gonna say two things. I'm gonna say two things.
We can't. No, we can't.
Yes, you can.
We can't because even the creator said no. He's too far gone. There is a
our bishop putting his foot down in the church.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, no, there is.
I wanted to say two things real quick.
What is it?
One, in this discussion, I do not believe, and I would never be of the mind that Toga would have traded up everything that she's been through with these people that she cares about as her allies into joining Ochako with them. That may have been some form of like kinship or friendship in ways they could have communicated, but for her to completely disregard everything because she still values members of the league too. Spinner and them had that conversation, and she said that to him. He said that to her for a specific reason, and she was like, she smiled back at them for a specific reason. So she wouldn't have just for some love, just for Ochako, who she did care about. She wouldn't have traded everything up. Maybe they would have had a discussion or something like that, but she wouldn't have completely like did that. And Ochako couldn't disregard everything she's done up until now. The second thing I wanted to say is Flo killing it right now. That's all I got to say for you.
You're right.
This is my last thing I'm gonna say on this. It's literally the pain argument from Naruto. I'm bringing it back to Naruto. At some point, Naruto had to make the decision not to just look at this person as an evil villain. That's what I'm saying. At some point, you have to like this.
Look, bro, that shit was a flub.
I don't think that's a good example because everybody was able to be changed in Naruto, even when they shouldn't be able to be changed. Because because a whole like 30 or so years of
I'm
fucking
not, but you're missing the essential point. I'm not
this
telling
isn't
about
Naruto
though. I'm not saying anybody can be changed. I'm not saying anybody can be changed. But what I'm saying is the mindset a hero should have is that these people can be saved. But Toga,
I know what he means.
But Ochako, Izuku, all of them have already put it into their mind that there's no redemption for them. I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong, but I'm saying is that they have to have that mindset.
But that's not gonna.
The thing is, they cannot be saved by telling them that if they want to hurt people and they then hurt people, that's all right. And that's essentially what Toga wanted to hear.
Exactly. The only way you can actually even have Toga even question anything is by saying, "Oh, by the way, if you want to murder that person over there for no reason, go ahead. I'm not salty."
It's having a conversation with somebody you love, and that's what.
But no, but I get it.
Ochako doesn't love Toga.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
saying.
But
Toga loves Ochako.
No, you're missing me. You're missing my point. I'm saying the only way that she would get her to like question anything is by telling her exactly what she wants to hear, which is that, oh yeah, I'm not gonna hate you because you kill people. Of course, go ahead, do it if you want to. That if you're going by the logic of they have to say have a mindset of heroes. A mindset of heroes is not telling these motherfuckers that they can do whatever the fuck they want.
But I'm not saying that she was.
I know you're not saying that. You're saying there's a world where she says something that'll make her question. That the only thing she would be able to say to make her question what she thinks is that.
No. That's not even what I was gonna say. I'm saying Toga. You said that Ochako will have to tell Toga what she wants to hear. No, Toga knew what Ochako was going to say. She has to share us the complete opposite. She has to tell her what she doesn't.
No, Toga didn't want to hear that. No, you're confusing. No. Wait, you just confuse expectations and desires. Those are not the same thing. I can expect you to be a piece of shit. That doesn't mean I want you to do it.
Yeah, she wanted her to tell her that, your way of living is I don't agree with it, but you can do it.
Like, she didn't want to hear, I'm not going to just let you murk people. And you also got to think about the context in which Toga was asking, which is there's literally a bunch of people dying all around her. Toga completely ignored, also, Toga does not actually love people. She gets infatuated with them. They are not the same thing. When you love somebody, you don't go, damn, you're in the middle of trying to save lots of lives, handling your dream. Let me make that all about me. That's not love.
But that's the normal of love.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is. That's what I'm saying. What you're saying is what you expecting of love is normal. But when quirks are introduced and it affects personalities, this is Toga's love. There is no this is her love.
That's infatuation.
No, it's her love.
No. I know
it is her love.
No, it's not. It's not. And I think we know
because
because she said she laughed twice as a brother. I thought this was the most interesting quote by Toga in a while, because this specification of as a brother, I think, is something which is unlike the normal infatuation she has for people, which doesn't. I mean, but whatever she feels for Ochako, it does not seem to be I love her like a sister. It seems to be a very, very almost aggressive sort of
obsessive,
love.
infatuated.
And with Twice, she says very, very specifically, I loved him like a brother, and this is a very specific way she feels about him, which I think is different to how she feels to Izuku, to how she feels about Stain, which she also kind of said she loved, and about Ochako, and many others.
There's different types of love in the world, though.
Yeah, but her love of Twice is actually healthy.
Yeah, the chat said something. Trevor said, told went to Ochako to confirm, all caps, what she knew, all caps. And Rafael Alves said, Toga thought Uraka could be what Twice was for her, someone that accepted what she does and didn't judge her or tries to stop her.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. That's what she wanted to hear. That's never gonna happen.
Can I ask what's the like the underlying meaning of the conversation?
Or well, basically, since I started this, I'll say, so basically what I'm saying is, and you've read the chapter, right, Flo?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically during this Ochako and Uraraka moment, the basis of it is what I'm saying is that there is a world in which Ochako says something to Toga that doesn't confirm her beliefs and that literally can change her perspective on the situations at hand, and put the seeds of doubt in her, or like does something that goes against her expectations and her like desires. Like there's a world where Ochako says the right things to her, but that world doesn't. And I'm guessing they're saying that this world never happens or is a possibility at all. So I don't.
Well, because it only works. Because the reason I say that is because of the fact that, for one, the only way you can do that is by you essentially not only, because I was going to say she has to go out of character, and she does. But let's say she does do that, then she's no longer a hero, because she's essentially telling her, "Oh yeah, I know you like to like stab people, suck their blood, murder them if you want to, but and I don't like that, but I'm not going to judge you for it. Go ahead, keep doing it."
But why do you think she has to say that specifically?
Because that's the only thing that can validate Toga.
It's literally what she has to say the opposite of what she's expecting.
Yeah, you can rehabilitate
the opposite of what she expects.
Okay.
You can't rehabilitate her because they've already done that.
No, all right. So
let Flo go. BG, let Flo go.
So me personally, outside of this hyper specific situation, I believe anyone is up for rehabilitation. But that's like real world stuff. Right? Anyone can be forgiven, and usually whenever you try to change someone's mind, if you respond in a hostile way, they'll always be on the defensive, right? They're not going to kind of listen to you. So even if you're saying the most logical things, if you're saying it in a way that's very aggressive, they're just going to see it as that you're attacking them, and then they're not going to accept it. It's like, why would I listen to someone that's going to yell at me and hit me and stuff like that, right? So in this situation, Ochako, since they're literally fighting, and then I don't think Ochako is hearing Toga out and what he means, because she's like, oh, what about Jin, right? And I was just I doubt Ochako knows anything about it. He's just no. Yeah. Ochako sees it as I need to stop this person, and then Ochako, Toga's trying to have a conversation with Ochako, and then he's not really. So I don't think it's too comparable to say this is the way to change Toga. I do believe there is possibly a way to change Toga. I think Shigaraki's probably too far gone, but Toga probably isn't.
Okay, two things. I appreciated, God, that you were able to speak with us mere mortals for a minute. and two, no, I definitely say Toga is too far gone, because of the fact is, we've already seen multiple instances of her essentially trying to change her. We've already seen the fact that she wants to live. She wants to live how she wants to live. There is no her way of living, and her way of living is by essentially taking blood from people she loves. And she can love very easily.
Deciding.
Part of the point of My Villain Academia was to hard establish that Shigaraki is where he wants to be and is doing what he wants to do. And the same thing applied for Toga. That was that's why she's the only other one who got her own fight that arc. That was actually built up, handled, and resolved on screen. Because you need to understand, this is what Toga wants, to be able to stab, maim, and hurt. She wants something that society cannot give her. That's the whole reason why they have to just destroy the current system, because what they want literally cannot be achieved in a functioning, healthy society for other people.
Yes.
Now, I understand where you guys are coming from, but the thing is that rehabilitation doesn't mean like, all right, just try one way, then if it doesn't work, then fuck it, whatever, right? Just
No.
But I do think
Let him finish. Let him finish, please.
They have a misunderstanding of how society should work, and if you're going to rehabilitate someone like that, you have to vehemently like put into their heads that what you're doing or what you want is wrong, right? And then that's how you will change somebody. But no one's really have they did that with Toga?
Yeah, they already admitted that they tried to put her in the rehab program, but also you might want to turn your mic down just a little bit.
Yeah, what I was getting at, what I'm getting at is that's the thing. You can't do that with Toga because the problem is Toga isn't a psychopath because she's had a bad day. She's a psychopath because her quirk is essentially pushing her to do these things. That is the consequence of her quirk. You can't rehabilitate her thirst for blood out of her. That is something that
first and foremost, if somebody is a psychopath, they can do nothing about that. They are a psychopath. You're born as that, I think, or it's a mental condition that you can't do it. It's not something you choose to do, whether it's because of a quirk or because you just are a psychopath. It's not your choice.
Yeah, it's the thing is that's just how she's built, and that's why I'm saying it's a situation where it's not fair. It's not fair at all. But the thing is, the point of the fix of fixing Hero Society is the fact that they have to essentially learn ways to deal with these things. But the people that have already been affected by such things, they're already too far gone. So the point is not to fix the people who have already been affected. It's essentially to do right by them and make it to where this won't happen to anybody else.
But with Toga, what I'm saying is that there's hell, like let's look at all the possibilities of ways to save Toga. Instead of her having to go out and like hurt the people she loves, how about this? The people like this is crazy, and this doesn't evolve in the realm of reason, but it's quirks and nothing revolves around reason. This is what Redestro was saying.
That's not true.
That's not true.
Oh my. Y'all, all right.
Okay,
whatever.
No, I hear you.
But what I'm saying they can't operate the same way normal society operates anymore because they have quirks. That's just what I'm saying. So literally, how about this? Instead of you having Toga stab people, what if Ochako and Izuku give her blood regularly? Like just donate her blood. Look, that's crazy. It sounds crazy, but that's a way. That's a way, right? Is that not a way to fix her blood?
I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm gonna say this. The thing is, when it comes to coming up with a way for this to work, you have to think of something that actually makes logical sense in the world we're in.
But that's what Redestro was saying. And All For One is saying nothing is logical anymore when quirks are introduced. You have to get rid of the same. But you have to get rid of your normal thinking to deal with this quirk society.
But that's not getting rid of normal thinking. That's essentially requiring people to be like that's living in an idealistic society where everyone is selfless.
That's not even what that is. That's fucking slavery.
No. I know. I think you're supposed to upgrade your logic. It's not supposed to get rid of it.
What's happening? No, think about that for a second. You're literally trying to say that we should turn Deku no Chako into her personal blood bank, so that she doesn't go out and kill other people. But that also means that anybody she becomes attached to, we should accommodate and force them to be a blood bank for her.
Well, the reason I said selfish is I would imagine in his idealistic scenario he pointed out, it would be that they would do it willingly, like they would do that just.
You have to willingly be able to do this.
Yeah, they would, that's what I'm saying.
They got to give up their basic health so that they can make sure that she's always got a supply of blood.
But that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. There's a middle ground. You have to tell Toga she can't. That's what I'm saying with this rehabilitation and the changing the Hero Society. There's a middle ground that has to be made. I'm not saying there's one side right or one side but you have to meet a middle ground. If you want people like Toga to exist in society, unless you're getting rid of all quirks, this is the middle ground you have to eventually meet.
Well, the thing is,
but it's not. Toga is not a vampire that needs bloods to survive. Toga is in any other way just a normal human that likes to drink blood and likes to stab people. And you want to accommodate her wanting to drink blood, but not her wanting to stab people, because I guess wanting to stab people is too far. But why is her want to drink blood so much more important? She has to be able. That's the thing. We have to teach people to be able to handle these wants in a way that hopefully are as undamaging to the rest of society as possible, because you can't just let people go out and say, I want to do this, so I'm gonna do this.
No,
let me read a quote from Trapper. When I think about the people I love, it makes me want to become them. This desire takes all their this desire to take all their blood for myself gushes up until I can't. Nothing in there says that she wants to stab them.
But
she just wants their blood.
Bit much, right?
But that's what I'm. But what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is there has to be a middle ground. Like you have to you have to talk to Toga in a way it's like, hey Toga, you can't take all of their blood. Hey, but there is this mediation of where we can give you some blood to satiate you in your time of like overwhelming.
But that's my problem with the scenario, because then if you do that, it doesn't just stop with Toga.
Right.
You have to have everybody who is like been shunned by society, who has these damaging societal quirks, to essentially indulge them slightly. So then what does that mean? Shigaraki, oh yeah, but every month you get to destroy one part of the city. Oh,
but that's the issue. That's the issue. You're thinking logically about it. That's the whole issue. You're thinking.
No.
It's not logic.
Time out. Okay, we need to. Okay, let me real quick cycle back to this real quick. Okay.
Brad, you got me fucked up.
Hold up, East. No, there isn't a world where you just get to go, we should stop thinking logically entirely, because here's the reality is, there's even within the law, like for the US or several other countries, when you make accommodations for people based on disabilities, it has to not cause undue burden to the workplace or to the people who are directly involved with the situation. So if I have to give up like a bag of blood like once or twice a week, that's considered undue burden. I shouldn't have to be like required to make unnecessary weird life sacrifices just so your ass cannot kill people.
Right.
Like you're not positing equality. You're positing this weird, twisted like codependency that only.
But 80% of the world has this disability. Is what I'm saying.
No, but not 80% of the world needs to draw people's blood.
All right, cool. No, they don't. Okay. No, the thing what I'm getting at is here's the problem with that. You have to. You can argue. You can't keep thinking logically with these quirks. You have to. At the end of the day, you have to reform society, to change society, break it down, and start it over from the ground up. But you cannot make it to where society it has no order. There has to be some level of order. That is not order.
But the thing is, because I believe you guys are trying to diminish Rex's point, saying that it's not logical or it's like there's no order to it. There can be order to it. Like for example, imagine if there was someone like Vlad who was like that Toga wanted to be, like someone who could actually just produce blood like that, right? Or,
right.
Like I don't know how often Toga wants to be Deku. Like so, I don't know if it's going to be a week, every week, or every month, or every a year, once a year. It could be, but I don't know. It has to be some line, obviously. But we're kind of strawmanning here. But yeah, I get you.
I think the important aspect is that society has to understand that there are people that have certain desires and not judge them for having these desires. That's the first step. Like one aspect for Toga is that not just because she went out and drank people's blood, but also because people knew that is what she wanted to do and therefore feared her. Society has to accommodate to being able to accommodate people who have desires, even if they're not acting upon them. That's the first step. The second step is that she has to learn, and everybody else in society has to learn to control their quirks, and to also, if necessary, to kind of go back on their desires in a way that does not hurt other people. But also she has to be that society has to free a room, essentially, where if Toga finds somebody who is perfectly willing to give her blood and who wants to do this for her because either they like her or because maybe they enjoy it themselves, whatever, that society does not judge upon that. But we can't force society go, Itaku, she likes you, and if you give her blood, then that would mean that she would be happy and would maybe be less likely to stab random people. So how about you do this? And then Itaku is peer pressured essentially into doing it. This is not the resolution. The resolution is to be tolerant to these desires, to be tolerant to when somebody acts upon this desire with the consent of the other person, and to just also expect of the people that have these desires to reel them in as much as necessary to not hurt other people.
And that's my whole point was that in creating something like this, I'm not saying go 100% agreeing with Toga way of thinking or go 100% with the way the normal society is. I was like, there is a middle ground, and it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of thought process. And what I'm saying is, it can't be in the logical realm of how we're thinking now. It just can't be. That's the whole point of Redestro making the clothes, is because like he's like, dude, these people have been thinking logically about how clothes are fitted, but no, we're going to go out of our way to think out of the realm of what's going on to make clothes specifically for people that have different. Like that's what I'm saying. You got to go out. You got to think outside yourself and how the world is going right now. You can't think.
But the issue here is that when you think about accommodating Toga, you're literally saying she does not have to think outside of herself, just everybody else.
No, I said she did. I said, but that's what I said. No, I said she did. I said she can't. I said I'm not going all on Toga's side. I said she has to meet them in the middle. There's a talk. There's rehabilitation. That's why it's rehabilitation for not just her, but the society as a whole. There's a middle, and you guys are thinking I'm agreeing with 100% what Toga said. I'm not. And that wasn't even the root. And BG, that wasn't even the root of my original argument. The root of my original argument was Ochako planting the seeds, or Ochako saying something that wasn't in Toga's realm of possibility.
I think my biggest issue is you're gonna have to this. I don't like to put that on you, but you'd have to explain to me what type of fucking thing she could say that would do that. Because the only thing that she could say is that you said the opposite of what she expected. What she expected was for her to say, yeah, no, this is bad. Don't do that. I can't. If you do it, I got to stop you. But if she said the opposite, which is essentially, I don't like it, but you can do it, then that's the only thing she could say, because that's the opposite of what she was expecting her to say. So what is it? What is this thing that you think she could possibly say that would make her have any sort of doubt in her mind?
But y'all are hanging up on the specific.
The specifics matter, though.
That's what I'm saying. For this situation,
yes, they do.
Because the thing is, you can't say she could have said something that could have changed her. Oh, like what? I don't know, but she could have said something. That's not an answer.
Because that means like you don't have a convincing reality or argument.
What I'm saying is that. Hold on, go ahead.
All right, so what's it called? So what Otaku could say is, I don't think it's as simple as I say a paragraph or I just give a speech and then like everything's going to be fixed there. I don't think it's like just that simple that one altercation could just completely 180 Toga's reality.
No,
it has to be several things.
That's not what I'm saying. Yeah, what I'm saying is she'd have to, like, for her to say anything that would instill doubt, not change her, instill doubt. That could be something minor, but the only thing that could do that is by saying something that goes against what she's already expecting her to say. And the only thing that she could say is the opposite of what she was expecting, which is
no. This is what she can say. Here's what she can say. But BJ, here's what she can say. She can literally say that, "Hey, Toga, I understand your situation. I understand what you're going through. I may not agree with everything you're like that you do, but we can find a way. You don't have to just stab people and trigger, but we can find a way together. We can do this together, me and you. So the person you love, we can do this together." And I'm saying, like, it's outside of her character, but like that's besides the point. I'm saying there is a world in which Ochako says, like, "Hey, it's me and you, baby. Look at me in my eyes. It's me and you. This is." You think I'm joking, but this is what I'm saying.
I know you're not.
You said me, you, baby.
It's me and you. We can figure this out. We just sit down, like. And it's outside the realm of logic because a lot of death and destruction is going on right now. But to deal with people like Toga, you have to, it has to be outside the realm. That's my whole point. It has to be outside the realm of logic. And of course, it's not.
No, I know.
No, of course.
This
whole thing is not a logical discussion. It's very much an emotional, moral discussion, not so much a logical.
I see what you're trying to get at now. But my point is, even in that case, even if we take it outside of the realm of logic, if she was like completely calm, she still doesn't know. The thing about it is she doesn't know anything about Toga. She doesn't know who Toga is.
Yeah, and so Toga isn't asking this specific thing either.
Yeah, like the thing is, like even from like a logical perspective, you have to not only go from like her going out of character, you have to have her metagame the whole series because she doesn't know anything about Toga.
I was just about to bring something up like that, but go on.
Yeah. She has to somehow like go on fucking My Hero Wiki and look up fucking Toga's personality and say, oh yeah, she likes me. I didn't know that. Oh, I guess I gotta do this. Okay, Toga. She doesn't know anything about Toga.
Ochako knows that Toga loves her in her own weird way. She has said it multiple times. Now, whether Ochako put two and two together, that's on Ochako.
That's what I'm saying. Though.
No,
I don't think,
bro. Like, you gotta realize, this is not a context in which if you tell me you love me while causing me nothing but problems every time I've ever seen you, why the hell would I believe that?
But that's what I'm saying. That's to Ochako's logic. That's my whole.
No.
But listen, oh my, cool. Okay, cool. All right, it's no point in having this conversation.
Wait. So this is the only conversation I can remember where Toga legit just tell Ochako just like, yo, I love you. I want to be like you. You know, like I turn into the people I love. So this is the first time Ochako said that. But what I was going to say to Biggie's point, because the reason why I believe Toga is savable, because she mentioned to Shigaraki that, what about the things that I love? Are you going to destroy the things that I love? She's like, no, my friends' things, the things that my friends love, I'm going to keep. And she's like, yeah. So she understands the concept that if you love somebody, and if they have something important to them, you don't want to destroy that too, right? So there's some type of humanity within Toga. So I still think she's savable.
She's 100%.
I didn't take that as her saying if you love, you have to keep it. No, I took that as her being like, okay, so you're gonna destroy the world and all that, but what about the things I actually like? You're not gonna destroy those, are you? That sounds more like selfishness than anything else. Because this is more like she doesn't care if you destroy the rest of the
she could understand the concept though. She could understand that, like, all right, you don't want to hurt things that the people that you love. If again, what I was going to say is that if Ochako knew like that conversation happened and then try to break that down to her logically, then kind of lead her to the path like, all right, so you love something, but you don't want to hurt the things that you love, but you also don't want to hurt the things that the person that you love loves, right? Because you want to be nice to the person that you love. Like there's a way. That's all I'm saying. It's not saying like
she doesn't want to hurt the people that she loves. She wants to drink specifically their blood.
And the thing is, I don't think that's necessarily the way she was asking that question, because even fucking Shigaraki himself doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. He took that as, hey, I like the arcade. You're not going to destroy the arcade, are you? No, fuck, I'll keep the arcade. Because the thing is, if that were the case, if he actually knew what he was talking about, if that's actually what she is, and like specifically just means to people, then that would mean that he'd be lying to her anyway, because he tried to kill on Deku.
Yeah, because that's also the thing. Since she doesn't understand that Shigaraki's like pretty much trying to kill Deku. Like I bet if Toga saw that, she'd been like, oh damn, like what am I doing? Like how, and like this is something that I love, but like someone that I love is trying to kill someone else that I love, right?
You have to understand that she doesn't have a normal concept of love. She has a very twisted sense of love. I don't think it would be that deep.
I think honestly, come to think of it, I think pretty much the best reason that Toga got off of that is to not yet to see that Deku and Shigaraki were fighting.
Well, I mean, by the time they got there, they were already done fighting anyway.
Oh, she's not there yet, though.
No, but Yoshimaki isn't there yet either. I mean, he's probably getting out.
The chat asked one of the most important questions, though, which is why does a fucking 15 or 16-year-old have to like be responsible for all this metagame thought? And like,
I didn't say she did.
No. He's not. No. They're essentially saying that, like, I'm putting it as, if she would have said the right thing, she could have saved her. Yeah.
Also,
I'm not saying she could say it right then, but like, there's definitely a realm that it can happen.
And y'all are like for real, and y'all are completely missing. Like, I'm not saying Ochako had to do this whatsoever. I'm not saying she should do this whatsoever. Let me just finish all my thoughts. All I'm saying is there's a potential alternate universe where something happens and it goes right, and they live happily ever after. And then like. And this is not Ochako's responsibility. This is society's as a whole responsibility. I'm just saying is that Ochako is a part of that society. So she doesn't have it's not a responsibility because she's so young and she doesn't really understand like the gratifications of everything that's going on. But there is a realm in which she unknowingly helps Toga. That's all I'm saying. And then Nano in the chat said a drunk driver could kill someone, and Rex would say, "But why was he drunk?" That's completely against everything I'm saying. I'm saying because Toga is born like this. Alcohol is something you intake yourself, and you make that decision. Whereas Toga is literally doing this based on because of the evolution of humans. Completely different to what I'm saying. And everyone's not drunk in society. It's a
I get the concept of what he's saying though. which is essentially that. Well, she's indulging in this regardless. She does like she can find like if we're going to go off this logic, she has to. But then there's a middle ground. She can't have to stop herself. She can't stop herself from doing that. It's hard, and I don't think it's not going to be easy, but it's something she can do.
You saying Toga can't stop herself from doing this?
But
She said it. She can't.
I said she can't as it is right now. But the thing is, potential. What was it? Potentially, she could stop herself from doing that. It's going to be hard. It's going to take a lot of work, but she can stop herself from doing that.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
And her whole point was that. But Toga's whole point this chapter was she was denied it for so long. Now it's welling up because she had to repress herself so much. Now it's grown to the point that it is now.
But that's the point. That's exactly why I'm at the point where I say she's too far gone. There is not anything in this story that gives me like with Splinter or somebody like Splinter. Yeah, no, he has a reason where I could believe that he could be turned because of the fact that he's a nobody. He's a loser. He follows anybody who gives him hope. If anybody else were to do that, if the heroes could do that, he'd follow them too. Well, not now, of course, but even then, if Shigaraki were to falter and change in his eyes, and the heroes didn't, he would go to them.
And
he's a follower. But the thing about Toga, I'll let my finish it. The thing about Toga is there isn't anything in the story that gives me at least that impression that she has a wavering belief, a wavering mindset. She doesn't have that. She's very set in her beliefs. She's very has a lot of faith in the people she's around. There is not any reason for me to think that can be taken away because she likes erotica in a very psychotic way. It isn't like if it was like genuine love, that would be different. But it's not genuine love.
It's genuine love to her.
No, that's still not genuine love.
How is it not genuine love?
Because
genuine real love actually accommodates
your real love. Real love.
No, you keep making it. No, you can't keep making every excuse. Like real love is accommodating. Real love actually cares about the other person. Real love is not one-sided, bro.
Hey, since we're on the topic of real love, real love is reading Undead Unluck and Chainsaw Man. Bro, Jump was on fucking Undead Unluck. Oh my fucking god, nigga.
Was it good?
Nigga, hey, you know what, BG, BG, you remaster right now because they address exactly what the fuck we was talking about last week. Undead Unluck, nigga. Oh my god.
Just read the chapter. What's going on?
Yeah, I just read it. We've been arguing about this like 20 or 30 minutes.
That's why I said my piece on Toga. I wasn't going to debate. Y'all had that. I said my piece. I was off reading.
You can hear me now?
Yeah. Yes.
There you go, Ponzi.
Were you there?
Okay. Yeah, I know because I was talking the whole time, but nobody was hearing me, and I'm not mute, so.
I saw you speak, and I wondered why I didn't hear anything.
And I was it was on mute, so I was talking. Oh damn, man! I have to. So I keep talking. I'm gonna change my my headphone.
I'm done. Talking about.
So, I mean, the main thing is that the reason why I believe she's still savable because right now all you need to do is install, like what BG said, just put a little bit of doubt and have it grow over time. It's not going to happen real quick like that, unless logically it should have happened, right? But
yeah,
I still see it possible.
But that's all I'm getting at, though. How do you instill doubt in a character, in someone who is very firm in their beliefs? It's not like if you're somebody
that's
like.
That's what I think too. I am
like if you're somebody like fucking like as I brought up earlier, Spinner, who goes to whoever the fuck he feels, because they actually like encompass something he can believe in, then yeah, that's different. He has no firm beliefs.
The only issue with you saying that Toga is farming her beliefs is because she's going there to her whole point of talking there is like her beliefs are shifting right now. Like
no, that's not why she's going there. That's not why she's going there.
Not why she's going. Not why she's going there. But her belief, she's going there. But her beliefs are a little shaky right now.
But they're not. It's not her beliefs. It's not her beliefs. It's not anything about how about the way she lives. It's all about the fact of. It's more about trying to understand them. She wants to understand them because she wants to feel like she wants.
It's not about her beliefs. It's about who she loves.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say that. It's like it's about the fact that it's about the people she cares about. Are they the type of people who? Oh, I saw a hero killed my best friend. Are the people I love going to kill me because they're heroes too? That has nothing to do with like my beliefs are like a little bit challenged here. What do I want? I need an answer. No, it had nothing to do with that. It had everything to do with if I meet up with Deku and Muraraka, are they gonna try to kill me like Hawks, like on my Hawks kill Jin? Is that it?
You said
Well,
I'm
yeah.
back,
Yeah.
I'm back to
That's-
the lead. My confusions are all cleared away.
That's what I meant when I earlier said that
But-
this is she never joined the league because she had doubts that people thought she didn't have a right to live. The people she loves specifically. Now she has doubts that the people she loves doubt her right to live, which is something that hurts her. But it's not why she joined the league in the first place. Why she will continue to join the league.
She
That's
literally admits that like she's a part of the league because it makes it easier for her to be able to kill people. Like
Right.
she didn't come wondering whether or not that part of her life was wrong. It was more of her like, well, I love Deku. I claim to love Deku. I claim to love Uraraka. Let me real quick ignore Uraraka's goals and ambitions like a person who truly loves her would and try to make it all about me because I'm the most important person, obviously, because I love her, even though she knows almost nothing about me because we don't actually talk about stuff.
Yeah, I think
They
I
think-
I wanted to somewhat disagree with BG, but also agree with him in most part. And that is that I do think in principle that there is no character that is beyond rehabilitation or redemption. I think that when we say that Toga is beyond rehabilitation, it's not that we say that she did anything that is so bad that she can't go back from that. I think that in that sense she can still change her mind in many ways. But when we look at Toga, she very much enjoys where she is at the moment. And at the moment, of course, she's distraught because twice died. But every time she's fighting heroes, every time she is attacking people, every time she's doing what she loves doing, which is stabby, blood-sucky stuff, she's very much enjoying it. And when I say that I don't think any character is beyond redemption, I do think that to get there, you have to want it. You have to want to be changed. You have to see that where you're going at the moment is not where you find your true meaning in life. And I don't see this with Toga. Toga seems to be very much happy with where she is in this conflict.
Yep.
Currently, yes.
And I would like also to add. Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Nikki.
No, since you got locked up on, so you can say something real quick.
So yeah, what I'd like to say is about we were talking about society that with quirks that have to accept people, how they will do it, how they will change things. The thing about society, what we do most of the time is we try to bring a normality with society, and the normality is that as humans, even with quirks, we love it. We are humans. We care for our children, and we try to not hurt each other. The thing about Toga's quirk is that her quirk makes her allez, break that things about society, the base of just about living as a human group. It's not hitting, just not trying to harm somebody else. If you are in conflict, there is a problem in the group, there is a problem in society. And she's one of this kind of element. These kind of people, what we do most of the time in the society is throw them away so we can have a system who drives on a on like a car. You change some parts just to work it to make it back to on the ride, you know. But what the thing about her is we can try things to bring her back in the society, but if she doesn't want to work with us, but yeah, what can you do? What you can you have nothing to do because it is a I saw Toga as a vampire, a twist on the vampire thing. You know, she her essence is about longing to be with someone and trying to be them. You know, like vampires strive for blood. She tries to be somebody else. She likes to be somebody else. You know, it is something that she likes to do, love to do, and when you try to work with somebody like this, if she admires you or if she loves you, you will have problems for you can't stay with her in the same room because she will try to suck your blood, even if you're like open to give your blood to her. She will try to have more too, you know. That's the thing about her. She can't stop herself.
Yeah.
To do stuff. If she could try to handle herself, to not try to go for the blood, or
She did that in this chapter.
what man, you don't jump on someone in a to try to have a conversation with her. She jumped in past chapter. She jumped on. I forgot,
Yeah, she got thrown away. That wasn't her being totally resistant to the blood. She literally got thrown off of Uraraka.
Yeah.
Put this. Okay.
So you don't start a conversation like this. At one moment, she said, "Listen to me, Ochako." It was already too late. You just jumped on someone. How do you want people to react? People are dying out there. You have to understand that. I understand what you mean. Rex. That society with quirks, we have to adapt to it. But not everybody has to quirk. You have to hurt someone. You know, like somebody in team ups. That is an example that Anik used a lot of time. The one guy who just has to lose out his poison everywhere. You know, this person has to, sometimes there is people who has like to make toxic things or do some bad things, and sometimes you have to adapt to these people to make them like viable, like usable things for the society. But Toga, she's working against a principle about society. Is about working together. She's trying to murder you because she likes you. Allez, if you know what I mean, she wants your blood, what makes you alive. It is something that, allez, in my eyes, it is difficult to work with. It takes time to think about it. But yeah, it is not an issue that you can just try to change like this. Because even if she said, yeah, let's try work together, I don't think that Toga will accept this. Knowing her, she just want her blood.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm going to say just one last thing, then I'll be off the subject. And I mean, you guys can still talk about it, but
I think we should. Oh, we good.
No, we are going to move on.
If Zuko could be redeemed, I believe Toga can.
Not even close. No.
Let's not discuss this. Okay, I would not
Next topic.
No. We are moving to the next topic. This is not negotiable. This is not negotiable.
Listen. Zula got redeemed in the comments.
Real quick.
No, she didn't.
We're saying let's move on, but this literally covers like 80% of the chapter. That's all I'm saying. Like we're like,
no,
there's not.
Does it?
Yes, I just did it. It's most of the chapter.
There's also Nejire and the final panel, and what can come.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, yes, this is a long discussion, but this is 80% of the chapter is this content right here.
Content-wise, yes.
That's all I'm saying.
But it's ran its course now, because at this point it's just gonna be everybody has their stance. Nobody's changing their mind. We had a good in-depth discussion.
No. Y'all are missing what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there's other stuff that happened in this thing besides the Toga crying thing. That's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm saying. But this.
No, I don't have a problem with that. I'm just saying, like, whether or not Toga can be saved is one that, like, the point of My Hero Academia is like the MVA stuff was that, like, sometimes your quirk is just that fucking important, and it will make you to the extent that you just can't be fixed. Hence, the overhaul quirk is a disease mindset, where like some people are just naturally fucked from birth and you have to accommodate that. Like, unlike in our world where theoretically everybody can be saved due to the fact that, like, you could theoretically rehabilitate them in some form, shape, or way, in this world you can genetically be wired to just be fucked.
I disagree.
Like a psychopath?
I think something I really disagree with is this idea that quirks and how they affect personality and how we should treat that is magically so much different to how other aspects affect our personality. For example, mental illness is something where we have in society where it can drastically affect how you act in real life. It's very much comparable, I think, and there are definitely some mental illnesses or other things that you can't do anything about Like, for example, another aspect would be sexuality, also something you're just born with, you're stuck with that, right?
Yeah, you can't rehabilitate somebody's sexuality.
And that's something where we just, it's something where we just have to live with it. There are people that act in a certain way that is different from most people. And then there are also people that act in a certain way that is in a way unacceptable in most societies. These people exist. You can't change it. But I just wanted to bring this up because I think that we now treat this as quirks drastically change everything, and the way quirks affect personality is drastically different to how other aspects of ourselves affect our personalities. I don't believe it. Like, I don't think that Toga should have more leeway for her psychopathic personality than a born psychopath, for example.
I don't either. I'm just saying that, like, if you're just literally just going to be built that way, like, there's just, like, Shigaraki is basically allergic to the shit that pisses him off. That's why he ends up on the ground. That's why, like, he rips himself apart. I'm not saying
that you're saying that. I'm just saying this in kind of an answer to this. We should accommodate this. No, we should be tolerant of it, but we can't accommodate, just like we can't accommodate psychopaths, sadistic psychopaths, in wanting to follow their sadistic desires. Can't do this.
Like, if you need to kill a bunny every day, that's not happening. Like, we're not going to accommodate that.
Yeah.
So,
the thing is, I don't think Toga wants to kill someone just every day just because.
No, it's just an example. It's just an example. I mean, I could make other examples. This is just one example. I could make other examples that would be much less.
But outside of Toga, even in our own society, let's go back to like the 1800s. If somebody was, let's say, schizophrenic, for example.
Yeah, of course.
They would just look at this dude like, oh, this dude is crazy. Let's either stone him to death, kill him, or like put him in prison. Now we have a diagnosis for it, and now we have treatment. Now we have things that can help some of the schizophrenic. Quirks are the same way. Literally, they're in the position where, like, if somebody is going crazy because of their quirk, they lock them up or they put them down. And
they put them into rehabilitation.
No, do they? They put them in Tartarus.
No, they did that with Toga. Toga as a child, because she had a effed up quirk. But they put her into this.
What I got from that was that all kids, like even the kids that were in the they go through the quirk training thing or whatever. I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't specifically remember them saying Toga went to a rehab. I don't think that's ever was said.
Yeah, this is what they said.
All right, let me go back because I don't remember them saying that.
I don't remember for sure.
She tried to fake.
She straight up, like, Curious directly while holding her says, quirk rehabilitation fails because it doesn't actually address the issue. It just makes you wear a mask and forces you to repress yourself, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, it's pretty much like pray the gay away, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, but does that mean that Toga went through quirk rehabilitation? Or is she just saying that
it's not worth bringing up in this context unless she did? And her parents, when people were at the door, were like, we literally tried our best to get her fixed. We failed. We're so sorry. Like, so, and when you look at the house they lived in, they had like the full like backyard and everything. Toga's actually from a family that was capable of owning a house instead of living in an apartment. So realistically, they weren't like that bad, doing it down bad fiscally. So she more than likely would have gotten the treatment just based off having the money, having the access, and living in a generation where quirk rehabilitation is a discussed thing and its failings are up for debate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I guess.
All right, Nejire time. Goddamn.
She didn't do a damn thing this chapter besides shoot some beans.
There
we go. This is a discussion. Nejire shot some beams. She shot beams. Right. Congratulations.
Cut your damn mic off.
Suneater is still with Fat Gum, right?
Suneater dead.
Either.
Okay, ignore Onyx.
But dead with Fat Gum, right?
Either he's dead or Fat Gum saved his life.
Dead with Fat Gum, yes.
Oh, Fat Gum saved that nigga life.
He ate some birds and flew away.
Fat Gum saved that nigga life. Anyway, back to Nejire.
Yeah.
Finally, Nejire and Ida here and Shoto, and they all gassed up. Turns out Shiki's still strong as shit because them niggas all have bruises and scratches on their body. So that means that nigga's still putting up one hell of a fucking fight.
What?
Man.
I thought he didn't do anything.
If you look at the last panels, right before the last page, you got clearly see that Nejire,
Nejire,
Ida, and Shoto all have bruises and scratches on them. So that means they've been the entire time he was fighting Shigaraki, he's still strong as shit. Although his region might have slowed down, he's still fucking a high tier threat. And they also have Makia coming at them too at this point.
Well,
so
yeah.
that means Genius is going to line up quite perfectly for them.
Hell, I wasn't even going to run to the end of the chapter first because we had to.
Yeah.
Because at this point, the only two people missing from the main battlefield from the original 6 is Sue and Ochako. And that's where they're going to go. Why? Because they're in pursuit of Toga. So the girls are going to get to the battlefield last. I don't know what that's going to do, though.
I think to be honest, with the skill set they have, they might be good to kind of help in a retreat.
Yeah.
With the skills that they have, floating, and then Toga, Floppy can just wrap them all together and run essentially.
I mean, all Ochako necessarily have to do is float Makia for a split second.
True, she can do that. Wow,
which will probably break her, but yeah, she pushed past her limit, and she broke herself for just for that. And you had just Genius right there, along with Hado. That definitely just like that definitely helps her out.
No.
Shigaraki became just the thing here with all the tendrils. He became like a spider thing there. Oh
Such
man,
a demon.
Bro, he's an angel. Like
no, but this one panel next to Shoto, I thought he looked like a demon.
Yeah, man, really. He looks like a demon, but yeah, man, he looks more like did you see the movie The Thing of I don't know if he's from James Cameron, I forgot. Just the beast there. Oh man, he just looked like this, with all his tendrils like coming out his back, like a spider.
Oh, also, Bakugo is still conscious because he's breathing heavily.
Yes.
See, this is something I wanted to ask Rex. Like the main reason why I got in here. The reason why you wanted to focus so much on Toga and Ochako is because you didn't want to talk about Dabi getting to the battlefield.
We talked about this.
You missed that. You missed that, bro. That's a big miss. You just came too late to talk about it.
We talked about it for a minute, man. We talked about, but no. If you Flo, like, what do you want to know, Flo? What do you want to know? Let me know, man. What you want to know?
What do you mean? All right, I want to know, dude, that the con's ready. That's what I want to know.
Bro, I told you the week that it happens, that next week when we have our discussion, I will come in here with the costume.
Okay.
That next week, I'll order it. I'll put it on, and I just want
y'all. Video at this point.
Oh no, I'm gonna have video. I'm gonna have video, audio. But I just want y'all to know it's gonna be the Hakuin Phoenix Joker, and I'm gonna have this huge speech. You know what you get? You get what you fucking deserve, and I'm just exit the call.
Wow.
But no, I'm gonna get a clown costume. I may do makeup. The makeup is like an if. I may do the makeup.
If you do the makeup,
at least do the lips.
I'm gonna be static.
You don't have to go all white, but at least do the lips.
Oh, do the red?
Yeah.
All right, I got you.
Man.
I got y'all.
That be looking cool in that panel, man.
Oh yeah, Dabi's clean.
Man.
They all look pretty cool.
Man, the only thing good about Dabi is his character design. That's S tier. Everything
blah. Got that bitch ass bird out of here. That nigga walking.
Oh, he's just hating right now. He's just hating.
I have to say, I really hate how Ida's mask just kills all the expression. I have no idea what he thinks. Hate it.
But he is about being a robot too. It's good. But everything here in the last panels, the only one who is like happy in this moment is Dabi. Dabi's really having the time of his life. Dabi's having the time of his life. I just love this. Everybody's like shook or like you get like
no, Shigaraki is grinning definitely. Shigaraki is.
Yeah, no, Shigaraki is more like unconscious, you know. He's borderline now.
So was Shigaraki right and All for One was wrong?
With?
Is that what he said? Because All for One was like, you have to retreat. Shigaruki's like,
that you
hell
mean.
no.
I don't know. I
Hell
think actually both Shigaraki and Deku's refusal to leave the battlefield may bite them.
I think
should bite them.
I think it's actually
both
more
of
beneficial.
them. I'm actually almost getting annoyed with Deku's refusal to leave at this point.
Yes, really.
Well, the thing is that if Deku leaves, Shigaraki leaves.
Yeah, but even so, that would still be easier than to evacuate everybody else, right?
No,
I mean, if Deku's two possibilities are either I leave and he's following me, or we have to evacuate everybody else. Evacuating everybody else should be easier, but he should leave the battlefield just for. If he doesn't follow, that would be great because then we had Deku out of the danger. And if he does follow, everybody else would be out of danger.
Right now, I just want an arc where Deku is not next arc. I just don't want to see Deku because he has to be laying in his bed suffering.
There's about 2,000 things.
I'm like, hold up, like Deku's barely been around in the 200s like that. Like, what?
Yeah, like
but no, but literally because. Because he goes too far. I know that his character is about going too far, but right now he's going really too far, man. You must have consequences about this. He has to be laying in the bed for months right now. Look at him.
Yeah,
he doesn't have arms anymore, even legs.
He does have arms. I think the arm is even in the panel, right? Isn't it?
Right now, he just tries to go. He just tried to stand up. Right now, he's trying to stand up. What the fuck is this, bro? Oh, bro.
I mean,
how many more chapters do we have left until? Do you think we're going to make it to 300?
No, I did the count. I did the count.
Not quite.
I did the count already today. At most, the minimum is going to be like 293, and the maximum it is like 295. But I think we're going to land at 294. I counted the weeks. I think we're going to be at 294.
Yeah, because we got like 2 weeks off. Or we got at least another like 2 weeks off at the end of December, and I think...
so that's 294.
You're missing. How many more chapters do we have left in the arc, not in the year?
Maybe 10.
Maybe 10. I think 295 to 300 would be the good.
Yes.
I don't think we're gonna get past 300.
We may go if we go past 300. It's only the thing is the conflict may be over, but just like MVA, how we have like 2 extra chapter or 2 extra, there may be a chapter 2 extra in the arc that's not dealing with the battle or anything like with that. So it may go with like 302 or something.
Right. Something I wanted to say just something else entirely is. Hado, when she sees Ryukyu, her angry face is such a pouty face. I've been staring at this face for so long. It's such a pouty face. It's barely even angry.
It's because she's so like normally jovial, so like that's a lot for her.
Yeah, but it looks so pouty. It doesn't look really angry. It looks like she's pouting.
Also,
and right now, till now, we didn't see her arms, man. We didn't see her hands.
You're still not getting to see her hands properly, but you can see that she's got them coated in ice, which I assume is just because of how heavily damaged they are.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So.
Man, there's Ray Mitz here.
Shut the fuck up.
I really like the VC nature. I don't know. I almost forgot about her.
Yeah.
The 2 characters she did that needs to get some shine right now is Bobby and Ezra. Those are.
Oh yeah, you know what? Since we're on stream, I can go ahead.
You said you could go ahead and then you stop.
Yeah, somebody hit me up with some shit. So I can go ahead and get this shit out the way. I found out the truth about the MHA cast. The real issue, what it is. There's actually nothing wrong with the cast whatsoever, the female cast whatsoever, and I'll fight anybody on that. The truth is the issue where lies is that there is you have high S tier written characters on every side of the spectrum. When the females go, for each side, you have it for the villains, you have it for the hero, you have it for the students, but you don't have it for the heroes. There's nobody who's well written as Hawks, that bitch ass Bird, and Endeavor or Aizawa when it comes to the lead women. Like Mount Lady is the best you got as far as written, but the Pussycats, Mount Lady, Midnight, all of them have been actually like they've been actually responsible for a good amount of things that have put in work. The issue is that their issue is that they have not been as well written and as dominantly on screen as the counterparts for like the heroes. Whereas like in Class 1A, you still got Momo, you still got well-written females within that spectrum. Or in the villains, you got Toga and Mane was decent enough in that regard. And then the heroes, you got like so then but Toga's so well-written on her own. It has so much like rereading. She has so many fucking moments that like she carries. It's okay that it's just her. But like when they can always be in action. They can afford to be in action without anybody else looking incompetent. As to where if you had the females doing that half the time, then it would look like okay. But if they had a female hero out in the spotlight, you had Hawks, Endeavor, and them, then it'd be different. So the actual issue is that there's no female written at the same level and tier of Aizawa and them.
I wouldn't say if that's the issue.
No, it is.
I think overall, I think My Hero has surprisingly good female characters, but the male characters are through the bench better.
No,
and not all of them. But I would say that if you pick like the top 1 or 2 characters in class, most people would pick male characters. If you would pick the top heroes, most of them would pick. If they just pick 2 and not 5 or 3, then they would always pick male characters. And the same goes villains, maybe not because there aren't actually that many villains, but even with villains, I think it's more likely that people pick male characters at the best characters. I think My Hero has surprisingly good female cast for a shonen, but I think the male characters are better. That's just it.
Yeah, that's what the males for the heroes are very better written than any female. The best, like I said, the best written female.
Yeah, but also the males for Class 1A are better than like Bakugo is a better written character than any of the females. Ochako is a good character.
Yeah, but that's not.
Bakugo is written better. The same thing. Deku is also written better.
But that's what I'm saying. Like,
I don't have Ochako is better than Ida though.
What? Ochako is better than who?
Than Ida.
Yeah, but that's one. I don't say that there is not a worse written male character. I'm just saying that the best written character is a male.
No, I would say like the top 5 best or top 10 best written characters. Like you could argue probably 1 or 2 females, but it's like
that's just the thing. There are more well written characters. The best written characters are always the men. In every category, the best written hero is take your pick between Endeavor, All Might, or Aizawa, or whoever.
It's also Hawks, just a ratio. Right? It's just a ratio to female characters,
of course.
And also like even in our
not
real
so much
world,
in class because class has it's not a 50-50 ratio, but it has a good ratio.
Yeah, but like just overall, like even in our real world, like when it comes to like firefighters and police officers, majority of them are male. Or army thing, like most of the jobs that require physical like harm to the body usually are male. So like I'm not saying that's an excuse for Horikoshi to why he doesn't have an S tier like female ran character, but that's like the ratio is just like, you know, he could have easily made Ochako like equivalent to Bakugo in terms of strength or something like that. But you know.
But I think, but actually no, but that's not his plan because how far ahead he plans. Upon rereading Overhaul.
But he's making the plans.
I'll give y'all Froppy. I'll give y'all Froppy Nezure flop. But actually, everybody that said Ochako was wasted was actually completely wrong, and I argue on that fact right here, right now. Upon rereading, the point of her not doing, her getting nothing but holding Night Eye was the entire point of her character, and it didn't come out of nowhere because literally right after the arc and the aftermath, what do you want to do? What are your feelings after going forward with this? I want to be the hero that helps people. That was the entire point of her. Being there, she's like, is this all I can really do in that entire point? Like Froppy, okay, you can say, all right, and Nejire, yes, really Nejire got like done dirty compared to her other counterparts. But the entire Ochiko's entire point was to keep growing on that type of stuff. Ochako being on Bakugo level of combat would not have helped her really, or how her character would not have been as interesting to grow as far as she come at this point. Because that was the entire point of her being weaker or on this scale, like right here.
You underestimate how big work with BG. You underestimate how big of meatheads niggas really are.
No, I was going to say I'm not here. I was gonna say I'm not here. I wasn't here. So what did I miss? What's the topic?
I don't know. These niggas just talk about anything.
Because I was talking about the issue with the only real issue with the female cast MHA is that there are no female heroes written on the same level as All Might, Endeavor, and the Hawks in them. But when you go around, there's still like plenty of women that are always around, that are well written, and actually still get the job done.
But that's part of that's part of why when I was talking to Dustin and like Dustin was on, we were talking about who's dying, who's not dying. I was like, no, a lot of these we need more characters that have stories beyond just whether or not they live or die. They get to put on a clinic in combat. And when you have characters like Mirko, who we know objectively weren't invested, the next generation weren't invested in, and like Mirko herself, especially once you factor in like this vigilante's flashback where she's being selfish, more oriented around getting that like rush of a fight off, etc. Then what you have here is like a reflection of her growth and progression into a hero that understands the winning and the saving and the instructing for the next generations. Same thing with Hawks. And then you have someone like a Racer, who people were always willing to like fly over anyway as a hero, being one of the most important in this battle, but also being like a fundamental linchpin going forward. Because when we talk about, let's say, for example, like Nezu being a potential traitor, if you get him out of UA, then you pull in like, okay, like, let's just say like hypothetically, like UA does still stand. And you have like these other schools that are like, maybe not as big or as iconic as it was before this, but you still have these schools existing because the political sway that the League of Villains and the Paranormal Liberation Front gets out of this isn't as big as they wanted it to be, but it's big enough to allow them to influence. And what likely end up happening is like reduced legal hero work for the students. This is one of the things I was thinking about. If you allow the schools to stay and there's still a hero course program, that what likely ends up happening is that the average citizen becomes more willing to fight. But in exchange, the students get less real-time experience after this war because they've decided that students shouldn't be on the front lines. And if our choices are having little kids fight or letting adults use their quirks more freely, a lot of people are going to fall more into the camp of using the quirks themselves, especially after this war where so many people are going to die anyway. They're going to see it as like a pragmatic solution. So you could end up with them having more schoolwork and they will like skip past this. And what will end up happening is that a lot of good heroes that are teens that have these provisional licenses are going to end up doing the equivalent of vigilante work while still being students. And that gives you like the school plus the villains factions growing. And then as they get out of school, then you get even more chance for conflicts and wars to build up for the final arcs of MHA. That would probably allow the series to run for a good 600 chapters if you set it up like that way. What you guys thinking?
And also,
Agreed.
You said all of that to say, I was more hyped when I saw Manuel than Edgerey.
You just
what?
Somebody get this nigga out of here. Somebody get this nigga out of here.
Oh man.
What is with you and the slanderous ways, man?
I mean, okay. You have hold on. You have no room to talk.
People hurts right now, bro.
You got no room to talk, Aniki.
I'll take it a step further. I'm more excited to read One Piece than see Nezure.
Yeah, like I don't know. I don't understand the Nezure hype or what. Like,
yeah,
because literally, hold up, real quick. Literally, I was excited to see Manuel do something. Then I am more excited to see Nezure do something.
I put it like this. Why do I have any reason to slander her? She hasn't done anything bad. She just hasn't done anything. She hasn't done anything. But the thing is, no, I'm saying like you're saying like you don't get the hype. I'm saying like so the reason I'm hyped is because of that actually it's not that she's bad. She hasn't done anything. If she hasn't, but if she had a showing and it was ass, then I wouldn't give a fuck about her doing anything. But no, it's the fact that she doesn't ever get a chance to shine. So if she has a potential chance to shine now, of course I'll be hyped. I wanted to see her shine an overhaul, but I didn't get it. Now I do.
Yeah,
man. Because she holds the title of the Big Three, man. We saw two guys from the Big Three shining like stars, shining like suns. We got Mirio. Together, we got I forgot the name. Sun Eater. Sun Eater was
Tamaki Amajiki.
Tamaki Amajiki. This guy was awesome. He had a beautiful quirk. He did some freaking shit, beating 3 people in the same time. It was literally good. He had a perfect combination. He took them all three. Let's get in my eyes. I don't think that you could put somebody else in that place and who have like performed like this. You know, he performed like. It was really, really a good showing for those two guys. And what we see of her, that arc was nothing.
I have to say, Nature is of all the. I think really of all the characters, she is the one with the quirk that is like the least defined for me. It's such a vague quirk. I never know what exactly. I mean, she transfers what her vital force, stamina, life force into.
It's basically
waves.
It's
so undefined. Like, what do these waves do? She can fly with it. She can attack with it. How strong can they get?
Hado, it's like Hado from Street Fighter. Like, it's a fist. It's a style. It's the using the energy within, gathering your chi. Yeah. She basically has like the ZBZ kit. So she's like shooting energy blast, and like the Hado, like the Hadoken was like the fist wave. You would notice it would always have like a particular shape. Like Ken's would have like a little like a hollow point. Akuma's look more fiery, even when it was just like a regular Hado, and then they had the flaming Hado. Then you have like Muse, which is like more what?
This dude in the chat said, Nejire is very gorgeous to me.
He is.
Thank you, Aniki,
for breaking but for real, who would you guys say has the best? Which female has the best quirk in my head?
For what standpoint we talking about? What standpoint we talking about? Because there's a lot of standpoints.
Best quirk. You mean by power or the best showings?
Momo, yeah, probably.
Yeah, Momo has the biggest potential. She can be if she becomes a fighter, like martial art with her quirk, then it's gonna be painful.
I still wouldn't say her though, because the thing is, even if she became a fighter, it wouldn't. What's she gonna do? She's gonna make shit. I mean,
but overall, her quirk is the one I think is the best.
She's the most versatile. I'm changing my answer. It's Mina. Mina has the best quirk. Yeah, Mina has the best quirk.
I got Pixie Bob. Y'all forgot Pixie Bob created a whole force full of monsters that kept 1-8 the whole day to get.
That was filler, but it was still right. You know.
I mean, but she still.
She has this urge.
No. It was the fight itself was filler, but the action was not. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, the action was not filler, but it still took them niggas like almost damn near half a day to get all the way to the camp because everybody was drained by the time they got there.
How much in her terraforming? Her terraforming is really strong.
That's really strong.
That's what she did. She knocked them off the cliff and they fell, and all the monsters were in the forest, and they had to fight their way to get to the camp the entire damn day. That shit.
The anime put her over really good.
Yeah,
at least in the moment.
I don't think y'all realize how good Mina quirk is.
Mina has a good quirk. I'm not gonna say
best quirk. She has the best quirk.
All right. I don't know if it's no. Let's have Rex explain.
I'm not explaining nothing. Y'all read the series.
I mean, Mina is for the most part. It seems to be like at the moment her acid is rather not very strong. But if you could really ramp up the strength of this acid to really be,
well, she lowers the potency of it because we see it.
But in the very beginning, when we first got the quirk explanation, I think it was said that it was a kind of weak acid, and now she can go really strong, I think.
When during the final exam arc, she basically said, I hope we're fighting robots because of how destructive her acid is. She didn't want to risk it like actually hitting people.
Yeah, and then at the beginning when they first did the team battles, she was with Ayama, and we saw that the acid hit his cape and it completely disintegrated. Like, so that's what I'm saying. Her quirk, like off rip, her quirk is just OD like strong if she puts it on somebody, but she holds it back. That's why she was hoping to go against robots. If Mina just is able to go all out, then like call herself in the it's like the unlimited unbreakable or whatever. Like acid man and stuff. Like she's like her quirk is really strong. You can't even touch her.
Yeah, but the thing is, she can't keep that up forever though. So she can't keep it up.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, potential. But she's also a kid. She's potential.
No, I think my point being is she'll never be able to keep it up forever because that would make it limitless. There is no such thing as a limitless quirk. So the problem, thing is, I'm getting what I'm getting at is the reason I wouldn't put that as the best is because at that point, all you have to do is just keep away from her until that goes away.
Yeah, but what if she activates it the moment that you hit her and it coats her body and so it hits you as well? Like there's so many possibilities. That's what I'm saying. Like versatility wise, it's amazing. Like I don't see any other female that we've seen who is versatile.
She could glide. Momo can do her quirk. Momo can literally use her quirk because acids are you can make
not quite.
No, because she couldn't just let because she wouldn't. Yeah, she wouldn't be able to let the acid. Also, like any quirk that forces you to mutate automatically gets like knocked down a point. Just because of discrimination and having to deal with the extra shit that's going to come with it.
I mean, I was gonna speak on the fact that
she has purple skin.
Sounds like a cool to me.
Wow.
Her name is Pinky. Yeah, she's.
But her color is adorable to people. It's like, oh, you're purple. It's not one of those like.
She looks like it.
And if she
Mina
was a
kind
nigga,
of
she would be
lucky with
considered
her
Majin
mutation,
Buu.
right?
Like,
Yeah, that's true.
Like she looks like an alien. That's why she's called Alien Queen.
Yeah.
But
But
I
she changed
wanted
her
to
name
point
to
out
Pinky, though.
something. Because I feel like Horikoshi should be giving the female quirks, like, don't give enough respect to females and what quirks they get.
What do you mean by
Good
that?
quirks, I think so.
What do
No,
you
like
mean by that?
there's some, but like for the most part,
Yeah, I think they're
best quirks have been going to the
traditionally
male.
considered to be great powers are more given to
I
it.
agree.
All
I agree.
I got to say is Miracle right there. I ain't hearing nothing else.
I don't know how I stand on that because, well, look at it like this: there are more male characters. Really, all it is because like there's a lot of male characters have way worse quirks than the female ones.
No,
I
think the females have actually decent quirks overall. But I do think that
Even Invisible Girl.
I was saying.
Okay, how about we let the girl talk about it a bit? Like, damn.
Okay, that's true.
I actually think that the girls have okay quirks for the most part. I mean, there are some that have weaker quirks and some that have great quirks, but the traditionally considered to be really, really powerful quirks are given with a lot of kind of negative points and disadvantages to the male character. Like, for example, these element control type quirks, which are always considered to be very powerful. Which are also very traditional, like fire control, ice control, water control, lightning, wind, air, are always mostly given to male characters. I think although Pixie Bob would be Earth, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But that's what I was getting at. That's what I was getting at when I said that I feel like the best quirks go to the males and the worst ones go to the males because of the fact there's more male characters.
Yeah.
I don't feel it so much. I don't think it's so much.
Definitely, like Mineta has a worse quirk than probably any of the females in the
Wait,
class.
what?
I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't say no. Maybe that is a really good quirk.
Mina's quirk is very versatile in terms of how he uses, but it's very much because he's also smart. If he weren't as smart as he is, he would be able to use it as well.
But also,
I mean, perhaps.
Real quick, BJ.
If I had this quirk, man, actually, I would be amazing, man.
Hold on. But also, like, this is my issue with Miracle's quirk. It requires a lot of training. Just her being a bunny in itself is not really that crazy.
But it's like you can say about every quirk. You can say about every quirk though.
No.
You can say that majority of quirks, dog.
No, because Bakugo quirk is literally like explosions.
No, that also requires a lot of training.
Yes,
yes
because
and no.
it had restraints
Time
on
out,
his
time out, because that's a misrepresentation. You technically don't need to fly around like he does. He chose a fighting style that requires lots of training. Explosion has a low skill floor. You can always blow niggas up.
I put it like this though. The thing about Bakugo's quirk though is that you can be good with this quirk, but the problem is with no control, you won't even be allowed to use that shit with no control.
That's what I'm saying. That's the point.
That's what I'm speaking. And if you're talking about just a basic fight, yeah, he can go all out. The problem is though, it's still kind of what was it? Kind of obvious that he's using it. He won't be able to do all of his like sneaky shit. Because look at Deku. When Deku fought him, when Deku fought him at first,
you're missing the whole point of this.
I'm essentially saying,
you are missing the point a bit here.
What am I missing?
Because the point is, like, you're like trying to like create all these matchups based off of what the characters have done. You're currently taking the characters' actions into account more than the quirks themselves.
Because Bakugo literally his max explosion is literally without any training or anything. That's what Aizawa said. That's just your base floor. Choka been able to throw a baseball infinitely. That's just her max. That's just what she's able to do. Like Mina literally been able to melt robots and stuff. That's just what she can do. So that's what I'm saying.
Miracle having great lag power also just be what she can do?
No. But I'm saying that's great. But the her being able to take normal heads off and stuff. That's the basis of intense training. Because Suyu is a frog. Her leaping ability is crazy too. But we've never seen Su do anything on a level of Miracle in terms of speed, power, like agility, anything. That's
Miracle's also older. Miracle's also older.
That's what I'm saying.
To go on that speed point,
I'm not sure if I agree because also like Bakugo with just being able to use a massive explosion wouldn't be able to kill a Nomo with that. He still would have to do massive China to get to that level of Miracle.
If we talking about a base one, no, he would destroy that shit.
No.
We're talking about the Nomo that Miracle killed.
You forgot
Yeah.
something.
High
You
end.
forgot something, guys. You forgot something, guys. Because every quirk is like a muscle. That's what we learned from the story that Bakugo, how bigger the explosion or bigger the strain on his muscles.
Look, so the other issue though is that Shoto Todoroki is proof that certain quirks are just better than others.
Yes.
The whole point is to create a quirk better than the quirk already. So like that's not like a negotiable thing. You can't be like, all the quirk. No. Just even thinking about Best Jeanist quirk, which like first off, Fiber Master is one that has a gamut of extra conditions attached to it, from your highest affinity being denim. If you don't like wearing denim all the time, you're already in a worse spot. Your lowest affinity being leather. Maybe you want to be a bad bitch on the runway. But then like in addition to that, you have to like figure out all the different ways to utilize the threads, get used to manipulating them. So the skill floor is way higher, the burden of information way higher. Half cold, half hot. I can make ice, I can make fire. If my fire gets too bad, I can cool myself off.
Perfect.
Like boom, pipe plate. That's literally the issue that Shoto has and why he gets folded in up close combat so often, because his quirk is so good he can just coast off of it.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm getting about. But no, sorry, go ahead.
No, what I didn't agree with was the idea that it would be that this idea that some quirks just come with a thing that you can do automatically without training, and other quirks don't. Like the thing is, even if you have a bad quirk, there's still stuff that you can do with it without training much, right? Like for example, I think for example Gang Oka's quirk is probably one of those where you have to train a lot, because it's not necessarily something where you would assume that he's super powerful with it. But I think for example his shockwave thingy is probably something he can just do because it comes with his instincts that he has, because I think he gets these orc instincts. Just like I think that with Mirko, yes, she has to do a lot of training to get to that level where she can take down in high end. But just like Bakugo just being able to do explosions, she just has great leg power. That's not something where she has nothing and now she has to train with. She had great leg power and she had to train to get a good fighting style with it and to get even better great leg power.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Off of base, just like they said in chat, just off of base strength and stats of like frogs and like rabbits, Sue has greater leg strength and stuff just based off of a frog and a rabbit. So that's what I'm saying. And we've seen what Sue is able to do in her base. That's what I said. I don't think Miracle's quirk is as great as y'all think. She had to work just like Best Genius. She had to work. That's why I don't think it's that great of a card. That's what I'm saying. Mina quirk, you could say Pixie Bob or Mina. They objectively have the best quirks out of the female casters, or Nejire. Like they objectively have the best.
Please.
I don't think Momo. No, because Momo, you have to have you got to know the makeup of it. If you're dumb, it's like
if you're dumb, you can't do anything with this.
Momo has a really high skill ceiling. I was gonna speak on that fucking Mirko and Mina one, because like if you're going by that, she would never have Acid Man if we went by just base shit. But with Mirko, that speed shit is probably base quirk. Her speed is base quirk. Yes, it is. Yeah, because bunnies are naturally fast. Yes, they are.
She's probably faster now than off base, but she has.
You have to multiply. You have to if you want to see. This is how I see animal quirks. You have to multiply You have to see how they works in the environment and multiply with the mass that we have as human. For rabbits and frogs, there's base stats. Yeah, that is something different, because you will have like speed is something that she always will have, and for frogs are not that fast, man.
But they can't jump.
Yeah, but their jump speed is they have basically burst mobility,
especially off stand and not with running up to
it. The main attack point is their tongue.
And Sue does that. She has the jump. She has it. Her jumps are freaking high. That's from what we know right now. She can jump really high.
Well, we know that she can kick through. Like she kicked through what's his face's. It was a bunch of Chinese characters, so I can't remember right now.
Yeah,
his scale armor back during joint training. So like she can obviously utilize her burst mobility well. Yeah. And at the end of there's a reason why like Mirko's partially being trained right, and like we haven't had a lot of talk about what Sue needs to improve on, because usually she just like gets to do stealth attacks, stealth drop kicks, gets to jump off and like having high ground. She eventually does need more practice with her like up close fighting anyway. Another reason to keep Mirko around.
Yes.
Yeah, but 2 was also because of we don't get much speed she has to improve on. We also get quite kind of told straight up that she is good at everything.
Yes, because she's using everything that she knows that she can do, you know. But
that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm.
The root of the argument is not that Miracle Quirk is bad. It's just not as good as off base as Mina, because Mina's quirk.
I think it is though.
You really think
I
that?
Mean, I think Miracle's quirk would not be one I would want to have if I had
I'm saying I think it is because of the fact is only thing that Miracle really has to train is her fighting style. But in terms of her speed, her jumping ability, all that shit, she has that from the jump. That is not training. That is part of what the quirk is. All those moves, like all those complex ass kicks and shit she does. Yeah, that's all training.
All right. So look,
I'm saying. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. So the reason I'd say, yeah, I'd say she probably has a better base quirk than Mina because the fact is Mina, if they had to fight each other, yeah, no, she's gonna blitz her easily because she's not gonna be able to do her acid shit. Not fast enough. She won't be fast enough to do that because like I said, you don't have to train speed.
Yes, you do.
Not train that.
Yeah, you do.
You do have to train speed. You have to train speed, but not for her quirk because her quirk is has a base high speed.
Okay,
you're assuming that.
I'm not assuming that.
Yeah, I understand what BG's saying. Y'all, I'm miscomprehending what you're saying, BG.
Yeah, just
He's
like
not
Hawk
saying she would have the
base
same
high
level
speed.
of speed essentially, but she would still be fast as fuck, even without the training alone. Yes, the training makes you fast. Just like Bakugo's explosion would be strong, yes, but him training that shit even makes it stronger so how much he can take, how much he can output. So his strength would still be strong, but it would not be strong if he trained. So BG is saying she would still have incredible speed, but not the same speed she has now. That's what he's trying to say.
But that doesn't mean that her speed out the box would be as useful as Mina's acid then, though. Like that's...
Yeah,
but I don't think he's combating to say that. I think he's just saying in general to speak for Miracle's point and make his point on Miracle, not to combat it in comparison to Mina. He's just saying in general for her alone.
What I do think is between those two, I think there are certain quirks where you have more versatility in how you can apply them. While, like, for example, I think if you have an acid quirk, it doesn't necessarily tell how you would apply this. Like, you could still find out a way to use that quirk that would be maybe more mid-distance, or maybe that would not be very physical fight, or you could make it very physical the way you train. You have very, very much versatility of how you would use that acid quirk. But I think if you have the rabbit quirk, it's very much for close combat, high speed, high agility, kicking. Like, it's already very based on the quirks that you have. Sometimes it's very specific on what fighting style you use, and sometimes you can just use everything with it.
But here's the issue. Real quick. But here's the issue with the bunny quirk, for real, is that some people just don't have good as coordination as other people. So speed and all of that doesn't matter if you can't even hit somebody. Whereas Mina quirk, you literally just release acid everywhere, and we seen early on she's able to slide on it. She's able to burn things with it. Like the versatility and the potency of it is just.
But I would assume her spatial variable.
Just say y'all like that girl thighs and move on.
Spatial awareness, her instincts, and her ability to move at speed and do good things at speed and move agile would also come with her quirk, because those are base instincts of a rabbit. They have good instincts. They are aware of. I mean, try sneaking up on a rabbit. It's not that easy.
I want to say two things. I want to say two things real quick. Honestly, Thea's point got a point, because I know half of y'all don't read Vigilantes, but Miracle was in Vigilantes very recently, and she showed off last year high school. She was powerful as shit, and she could sense the smell of, like, that adrenaline, that type of combat, that violence, and all that shit. So
you said her last year of high school after she's already had a bunch of training. Cool.
But even then, they don't
get their license until the second year.
Well, that's a terrible argument.
They don't get their license the second year.
Hold on. What I'm getting at is, even with the Mina example, you use her skating. That's not base. They train their quirk from when they're little kids. She's definitely trained her quirk to do that. That's not a base ability.
All of them did.
You're literally not allowed to train your quirk.
And my second point for that blasphemy. My second point was that somebody said
whenever. Oh my God!
He's still going. He's still talking.
Yeah.
So whoever said in the chat, I forgot, because y'all was talking. Y'all was going too long. I didn't want to cut y'all off. Somebody said that even Class B has plenty of girls with highly capable quirks, and that point I definitely agree. Their quirks are actually really fucking good. Like Mushroom Girl's quirk, Poltergeist.
Poltergeist is one of the ones that is up there with Mina's quirk, because that's just basic telekinesis. And if you're restricted by human weight, Like if that's like your cap, you can still use telekinesis on most things in your daily life.
Yeah,
I think that's really good.
And you can train that, dude. You can train that to get higher even. So yeah, it's
The
really
only-
good.
Shiozaki's really good too. Yeah.
Yeah,
And we're just talking about the best female quirks, like out of the class
Vine
B.
Girl is probably the best.
Yeah, I will put her and Mushroom Girl as the two
Yeah,
best. Probably.
Pony too.
Vine,
Pony, yeah,
Ibarra,
Pony.
From Mushroom Gum,
Ibarra,
Ibarra is a
that?
good quirk, yeah.
Who's that?
Pony
What does she
has-
do? What does she do?
The
I know
Vine,
who's
the
not a
one
good
with the
quirk.
plant.
Lizard girl that is
that's
supposedly so
Shiozaki.
strong.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Shiozaki.
Pony has a
Ibarra,
highly
Shiozaki, yeah.
Oh, and you're talking about Setsuna? Fuck Setsuna. I'm sorry.
Hey,
Which one's that one?
Setsuna's quirk is ass. I'm sorry.
What is Susune's quirk? What is Susune's?
She's got the
She's a
chop
lizard.
chop fruit.
She has chop chop.
Oh,
It's so weird because you're thinking like, who's that fourth student? What great quirk will they have? And then it's like such a weird quirk.
It's a good quirk.
No, because being a recommended student wasn't about how dope your quirk was.
I know.
Yeah.
But you kind of
No,
you
no.
see like the others, and you're expecting it's gonna be something great, and then it's not.
I mean,
Yeah.
yes
Yeah,
and no,
like,
because
expectations.
hold on, because like we said, Momo as a person is really rich, has access to the resources, the
No, of
books,
course.
the funding, and all the other stuff she needs to make her quirk good. You give that quirk to the average person from the hood or like from a low income area that doesn't get all that like information, doesn't get to have all that tutoring, all that other stuff. Momo's quirk quickly stops being that great.
Oh no, you're absolutely correct.
No, of course. I'm not saying. I'm just saying that I had expected
I'm not
something
gonna
I
else.
said that great.
I'm not gonna disagree with what you're saying. It's just more about the fact that at the end of the day, though, but the reason my expectation came to that is because you're right about what you said, but even then, all of the other recommendeds are still like dope. Even due to her circumstances.
Like softening isn't like that crazy of a quirk. Juzo just used it really well.
Yeah,
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting at. Like even I don't need the quirks to necessarily be like on their own amazing. I would just expect her because even if she had a mid-ass quirk, she'd still be able to make it like raw.
Yeah, I think
she's ass.
her quirk wasn't all that impressive, but she also didn't use it very impressive. And then you kind of compare her to Inasa and Shoto and Momo and
I mean,
Juzo.
she set up a perfect trap. She set up that.
She's a good strategist.
That's the thing, right?
But here's the thing.
No.
Wait.
No. Stop. So
Yeah, talk.
Like Juzo and Tokage are blatantly in there because of their strategic aspects a lot more than, and like even when we got to the kids versus Mafia, Tokage was one of the most important people still handling the scouting, doing the reporting, all that other stuff. She got recommendations aren't about who's going to be like in the top 10 because they flex the most. It's about who's like their effectiveness and their connections that they've already got established.
Yeah,
so
of course.
just like we're tripping about the recommended kids is kind of like the same as people who expect 1B or believe that 1B are just like straight up worse.
No, I'm not saying that it doesn't make sense.
No. But I get what you're saying. But real quick,
it's bad.
Go ahead. No,
I'm just saying that I was really surprised when she came up, and I was almost basically underwhelmed. I was a bit underwhelmed.
Yeah,
it's not
Let Rex go.
My whole point is that we've learned throughout the series up until joint training that there's multiple types of heroes. There's rescue heroes, like just because she isn't her quirk isn't that impressive in battle, like we know that like most likely when Sue becomes a hero, her main thing won't be battle. It'll probably be rescue, like in aquatic situations. So that's what I'm saying. Like, but battling is a part of it. But like the poacher, the girl that could split apart, like her main thing won't be battle. She's probably more of a strategic look scouting. Like that's what her quirk does, and that's what makes her effective. I feel
like she'd be used for like disaster relief.
In scout, she'll be part of the scouting part of the disaster relief of like looking for people or like contacting. You know, that's what I'm saying. Because she's not looking at any strong buildings or anything, or like,
she might.
I just thought of something fucked up.
What?
Imagine if you like, yo, that's your girl, and you're like, hey, honey, I'm going to work. Leave your pussy hero.
Is she what?
What?
You got to turn your mic down. You still echoing a lot.
Yeah. Pretty much. Imagine if like that's like your wife, and then she's like, all right, I'm about to go to work, and then I was like, yeah, but leave the pussy here.
Oh.
My God.
You talking
I'm out.
Oh man!
Dude,
Oh
degenerate.
man! I was thinking about this that you would say this, but I was thinking to myself if we was gonna say something else, but no.
You're a degenerate. You're grounded.
Here's the general. Oh my God. Jesus.
Oh man! Oh
Jesus.
no, yeah, but Ale, really, when you think about this, her quirk, fighting wise, she's just like Baggy though.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
like if you were like if she was fighting Jack the Ripper, I feel like that would be a great like counter to
Right.
him. And
Or Toga. I mean,
Ooh.
what's gonna Toga do against her?
Ooh.
Slicing her up? I mean, she could try, I guess.
Well, I mean, Toga's whole thing would just be to suck her blood. I think that would still be effective.
Yeah, I
I
thought
mean, but
that.
she could just split up around the wound.
Yep.
Right, that's what I mean. I think it should actually be very, very useful for kind of close combat when you want to find out the ability. Not so much. I don't think she has, at least from what we've seen, much attacking power. But she would be actually used as to just not just spy and track down the opponent, but also to just let them get few hits in to see how that quirk works in a way.
Yeah.
I guess that works.
She also said that she can regenerate the parts, like so. But regenerating them takes more time, so she can split apart, leave some parts some places, and let them die, and just like grow them back, which is also kind of important because she was like throwing little pieces of her body at Bakugo to like hit him. So
that is very good part of her core. I'll give her that. Like it's got some utility. It's just not very like she has like probably like with the lowest DC in that class.
She doesn't go boom boom bang bang.
Well, I mean, even Pony doesn't go boom boom bang bang, but she still has a very useful ass DC.
No. She was called to be dirty, so she was the if she was a Pokemon type, she will be dark.
I'll put it like this. My stance is kind of like what Seiya said. Like, I'm not saying that to be a recommended student, you have to have some like super badass, awesome ass quirk. I'm saying that from what the expectation that the story created for me is that if you are a recommended student, even if you don't have like a super amazing quirk off rip, your utilization of it will make up for it and make it seem really fucking cool. Yes. That's just what the story kind of conditioned you to think. Because that's how it was to everybody else. Even Juzo's, which is softening, you would think that shit whack. No, that shit was raw.
I think the aspect was also like before we went into training arc, the only ones we knew were Shoto, who of course has an amazing quirk, then Momo, who has a quirk where you need to know a lot, but as she knows a lot, we always see it do amazing things. Like she can just create basically everything out of nothing. And then Inasa, who of course wasn't recommended in the end, but who also was part of this group with this much, who would have been recommended and who also has an amazing quirk. And then we go into joint training and we want to see these other two. And the first thing Juzo does is essentially take down Shoto's first initial attack, which is a great way to introduce a character, right? Just making this huge block of ice disappear. And so then we're waiting for the fifth one or the fourth one in UA, and it's Setsuna. And it takes a while to understand that it's a bit underwhelming when you come with these expectations with Inasa and Shoto's quirks. And quirk-wise, it is a bit underwhelming. It's not that it doesn't make sense.
Well, also,
this is what you.
One thing I will say is that the one thing that was going against her this entire time was when she was going against Bakugo. I'm pretty sure if she went against anybody else in the class, she would have had like a better showing. But like anybody going against Bakugo at this, like especially at that point in the story, is losing. I don't think Bakugo is the strongest student in both Class 1A and 1B.
Well, not no more, you ain't. Not no more, you ain't.
I said back then.
He's the strongest, and also one of the smartest one because
he is.
He turned because she had the perfect plan to trap him. She had the perfect person to do it also, but if he was the Bakugo from back then, he would have lose right now. That's what we have to.
Sorry, I just want to say that I love the fact that Deku and Todoroki have had better showings than Bakugo this arc. Now carry on.
Yeah, Bakugo was actually not
wait. I would say Todoroki.
Todoroki definitely has not had a better showing. Get out of here.
He's just doing the same stuff. It's fire.
Todoroki's still standing.
Shoto's showing is showing up late.
And Soto's also pure Shigaraki. He's also pure Shigaraki with his ice.
And Bakugo blasted him with his gauntlet.
Nothing,
He blasted him down.
He blasted him down. And he was fine.
And he was fine.
Wait. When you say a better showing, because you have to put in the context that Shigaraki was already weakened, and then Bakugo helped, was fighting Shigaraki when he was at a stronger state.
Well, not at his strongest, but yeah.
Also, what has Shoto done on the level of destroying a perforation bullet mid-flight?
No, that was good. No, that's not a showing. That's not a showing. That's useful.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's a precision. That's a precision feat. That's a precision feat, bro. That's a feat higher than he shot a bullet mid-flight.
I was talking to Flo. I was like, when did I say he was going to Deku? When did I say that?
No, I said saving Deku.
Saving, like he said, Bakugo is saved Deku.
I'm talking about combat wise.
No.
I'm talking about combat wise.
Coordinated the most important attack.
Combat wise, the precision shot was amazing. Everything was going that fast, man. Everything was going everything, and you had Bakugo just jumping.
Even combat-wise, he's no.
Shoto didn't do much. I mean,
Bakugo
I do think we will see more Shoto because he's one of the last people standing here. I mean, there's basically Ida, Shoto, Nature Ray.
Get that Orochi agenda out of here.
Hold on. These Shoto apologists get on my nerves. These Shoto apologists get on my nerves.
You know what? So
you apologizing for his lack of feet.
Right now, I'm just mad. I don't understand something because in my eyes, Todoroki has his father as example how to use his quirks for both sides. Literally, his father can walk on walls, can fly, can make weapons of his elements.
Okay, that's
and
not
he
fair.
doesn't do the same freaking thing.
Hold on. That's not fair. That's not fair. The flying thing, he already does that. The Todoroki can do that too.
Yeah,
but the making weapons part, that's not necessarily a part of his quirk because that's Hellflame.
Huh?
Because he has Hellflame. Hellflame is like flame manipulation.
No. Hellfire is Hellfire give you telekinesis for pyrokinesis of everything about fire, so you can be hurt by you can be hurt by you can control fire, even fire from somebody from other natures. You can use them. He can use it is just something in his head. He has the quirk.
BG, to counteract your point, Shoto has already said that everything that his father has taught him, he's already applied it to his eyesight. Yes. So he can make ice swords and stuff.
Why doesn't he? That's what I'm saying. No, I'm saying like when is he ever showing?
Shoto apologist.
When is Shoto ever shown any ability to manipulate his flames?
Because he's not good. He's not as good, okay?
Yes, he's not creative. He's not creative, man.
Yeah, he's not creative.
He's not creative. He just spams things.
Listen.
He doesn't. He's not going to use martial arts.
Hold on. This Shoto point about him applying everything he did to his eyesight. This nigga can't even create no actual concrete figures or anything special or specific. He said so himself. But my eyes, I can't really do no real flashy or condensed moves. So that nigga not creating no ice spear, no shit like that. He just doing his.
No. Listen. East. What I'm saying is, I didn't say that. That nigga said it. So I'm going off of what he said.
No, Shoto is very much just big attacks.
Yeah, Shoto said he can't manipulate his eyes like that. Or anything.
He can't do it because he's not good enough.
No, that's not what it is.
That's what I'm telling you.
It is because of his skill. It's because of his skill, and you can tell because during joint training, what does he attempt to do? He starts to condense and shape his flames. So you can see they're getting compressed. They're on his fist. All of a sudden, he gets hit in the head with a pole, gets dropped like the bum he is.
That has nothing
Then what happens?
Let's go.
Endeavor Agency arc. Bakugo blitzes No. I ain't done, niggas. So Bakugo blitzes everybody, gets Natsuo, looks Enden in the face. You said more will die. I said none will die. Then what does Deku do? Save the cars. Finally let Shoto get close enough to condense the flames and give a discount flash fire fist. He has the manipulation. He just isn't as good.
Yeah, I think from all we know, I think it's safe to assume that in theory Shoto can do everything his father can do.
Yes,
on one side. side of his
How
body,
is
not on
that
both.
slander if you got sneak attack? You're sounding like Jose. Stop.
That's not sneak attacks. How is it a
No,
sneak attack?
I'm talking about Juzo. I'm about Juzo because he stuck up behind him and hit him in the head with the ball.
Dog, is it a sneak attack or is it a battle royale?
It's a sneak attack.
It's a team battle.
Even if it's a sneak attack, I mean,
it doesn't matter if it's a team. It's still a sneak attack. You can still sneak attack in a team battle.
BG, you have to accept that with all the time that he has right now, every character tries to do something with his quirk. The only one who does not evolve with his quirk, he's freaking motherfucking Todoroki. Everybody, even Invincible Girl, she uses reflections, man. They do something. He just spams the same quirks the whole time, man.
I do think he does evolve. I think it's safe to say that he does evolve, but he's not. He still has a lot to go. Like
you're telling me he was flying. You're telling me he was flying in JT, bro. He was flying in JT, my guy.
He just even his flyer.
Ponzu, answer the question. Was he doing that in joint training? Was he flying?
He was flying to do the fly first. But Dave, I just asking him to be more. What I'm asking for Todoroki is to be, if he don't, he can use his eyes. He said that he can control he can do anything with his eyes. Right now, what you can do with your eyes is making like eye shots. Yeah, he has so many things that he can do with his eyes.
That's what I'm saying. No, but that's what I'm getting at. There's already evidence to show that he is evolving. Mans can use flash fire easily now. He can fly now.
I mean, he is evolving. I give him that. It's not like he's stuck where he was.
Hold on, real quick. The chat asked, "Why is everyone flaming Todoroki?" Because his dad hasn't been doing it enough lately. So that's
you see what happened? You don't beat your kids. See what I'm saying? Get that boy right,
bro. I'm gonna undo slander.
That's not slander. I'm just.
Yes, it is.
He was you messed up. You tried to cap on that. You tried to cap. You can't cap on the church.
But listen, Shoto runs the same. His quirk runs the same way as his looks. That nigga don't have to do shit to get by. That nigga sit there in class. Oh my god, he's so pretty. Oh my god, he get all the hoes from doing nothing. Same way he get all the W's from doing nothing. Who can every time I bring up somebody, I'm like, well, Shoto get to use his fire. Shoto get to use his fire. Who go beat his fire? Shoto get to use his fire. If Shoto use his fire, I was like, that's all y'all niggas got is he spam some fire attack. Think all he do is shoot that shit out, like it's just spamming that shit, shoot that shit out. If it was Endeavor, it'd be a different story. Like, oh, he ain't just throwing a fire blast at you, nigga. He throwing a fire spear, a hell curtain. They're gonna summon a meteorite from the sky and blast your ass. Shoto's gonna shoot you with fire, and that's it. Or put fire around you, and that's how you win. That shit is uncreative. He becoming better though. I mean, I'll give one he did in the Endeavor agency art. He was coming too.
Man,
but
I will tell you something. His father used martial art. His father used punch. He punched Nomus, man. He breaks Nomus arms literally. That guy, he's the kid of that guy, and he can use martial arts in his own quirk, man.
Because he just started training with his.
Tell me what it is, man.
Because he just started training with his dad.
Because he just started. You know what we see in the opening? You wake up every morning to do some karas.
Bonzo, you know what's crazy? Yeah. That dude just started training with his quirk too. Whoa! That's crazy.
Oh man!
He said Deku.
You do. Man, you can accept something bowler.
You
can't go like this because if you have a quirk like this that you can control like big attacks, you have to. What is the next step to do? Is to go for fast. You know that you can face people face to face. You have to improve that.
And that's why you know what? That's why when as a fan, I'm over here celebrating when he gets washed because that makes him learn. That forces him to learn. So yes.
Yeah,
and that's what he's doing.
How many times do they need to learn, man?
When he was getting folded in JT, I was so happy. I was like, yes, stop this overhyping nigga. I'm like, I'm like, this could be standing him because he got that fucking spam strong ass fire ice quirk, not because he's a really well-weighted character. I was like, y'all niggas just standing nigga because he could just shoot 2 beams out, and whoever he fighting.
You
95%
okay?
of the time is
Okay,
good.
hold on. Now
But
you're
I
just
was
calling
like,
me a meathead. You know damn well that's not true. You know
Man,
damn well that ain't true. Shut the fuck up.
man.
You know that.
You know when you see his fight against I forgot his name, Ida, when he just iced the leg of Ida. I was really happy that back then because he showed that he's smart. We knew that he was smart, but he had something in his head.
But that's a good. No, there's
But why don't we see that in his moves? Tell me, he's smart. What
I'm trying to say.
He's
Let me finish. The good thing about this is, and why it's actually good for his character, is the fact that Todoroki, as you all said, has been able to coast. He ain't had no reason to change.
All right, guys, I just got back. Is BG still being a Shoto apologist?
Oh my fucking god! He was able to coast. He was able to coast, and that's why he kept staying the same. Now he has no longer able to coast. That ain't gonna work these days. So what has he been doing? He's been changing.
I'm confused about something. Explain to me what an apologist is, because isn't that like you make excuses for somebody?
Yeah.
Yeah, but this entire time BG's been shitting on Shoto, so I don't understand how you're a Shoto apologist.
No. See, here's the issue, because this all stems from him saying that Shoto has put on a better performance, and that's just not true.
That's not true.
Because you gotta look at the facts. Shoto got like 1 hit on Shigaraki after Shigaraki had a train ran on him. So like he coming in for the sloppy sevens, and then BG out here like, see, look at him coming in like it's the first night. Like, nah, bro, it ain't like that.
Don't do that, man.
Shoto got 1 hit off because Shigaraki was desperately like clawing at and trying to finally get there. Also, you use the term sneak attack in a group battle to downplay Juzo taking him out, which in this case, Shoto would have gotten a sneak attack in a group battle. So
he wasn't even in the battle. That wasn't true sneak attack, man. That was a true sneak attack.
I can concede that as a true sneak attack, and you can concede that Juzo was a sneak attack.
But guess what?
I mean, if we Juzo did a sneak attack, we gotta have it both ways.
Like I said, you can concede it was a sneak attack with Juzo. I can concede it's a sneak attack of Shigaraki.
But my point with that though was just I wanted to talk about how he has shape manipulation already. That's all I wanted to bring up in that.
When Real Steel ran through that nigga flames, that wasn't no sneak attack. Whap, beat that nigga ass. So you want these ass? I'm gonna give you something, son.
Like I said, no, that's why I'm so confused why I'm being called a fucking apologist.
That's what I'm saying too. I'm like, how the fuck? Like BG been shitting on Shoto, so how the hell is he apologist?
I'm like, no. I'm pointing
out
that when
he just said because he said that the showing of Todoroki was better than
That's not an apologist. That's not an apologist. That's me being a
man.
fan.
You try finding excuses for him to say this, that you become an apologist, bro. You become by saying that statement and trying to convince us that it is true.
Ponzu, that's not an apologist. An apologist would be like, well, what about this? So, like, what about when he got? What about like he's ass, man. He never changes. And if I would have been like, no, he doesn't need to change. He's fine as he is. Look at it. Has he lost any fights? No. Oh, and
he's trying to find excuses for.
Time out. Shoto did lose the fight against.
No. I'm saying if I were an apologist, I'd say something like that. I'm not saying that's what I believe. Because I'm saying when he got beaten by Tetsu, and Juzo, I thought that was good.
Yeah, it was good to see that.
I think it's great. I think it's great for his character because at that point, that means he's forced to fucking learn how to fucking do other shit.
All right, BG.
So yeah,
we end this whole argument right here. Do you think that Shoto had a better show than Bakugo?
This is not. We're not continuing this. I gotta go anyway.
Before BG goes, I wanna read off what's it called? Shoto's super moves on the wiki. He has having piercing ice wall, which is just an ice wall. He has wall of flames, which is just big flames. And what's this? The flash freeze heat wave. And then that's just, he does a little bit of both.
I don't know what the fuck that is actually.
That was the one he used.
He's
to
super
get in the
cool as the
NBA.
air by releasing a ton of ice and then immediately flash heats it so that it's basically like a steam explosion.
Oh yeah, he did that.
Basically what
He did that. He did that. He did that. I thought that was what he did at the
I
beginning.
mean,
of
basically
NBA.
he did Sports Festival. Basically he did Sports Festival, but he did that.
He
The
did it
final
against
move
Cider
at
House
Sports
too.
Festival. Yeah, those two.
After Bakugo one shot all of the Cider House sidekicks and was gonna one shot Cider House himself, but then took the time to stop and go save an idiot from taking photos. So,
Oh yeah. Like I said, that was at the beginning of NBA, right?
Yeah.
That's what I remember. That's what I remember. Yeah.
Don't say you
anyway,
just show to attack names
here's
are
the
mid.
Here's the thing.
And no, for real though, I gotta go. That's also.
All right, man. We'll see you later, Bishop BG.
If I go by the theory that BG says that that Dobby is a Todoroki, that means that every Todoroki besides Endeavor is ass. That's just what I'm saying.
I mean, the whole point is that Dobby isn't like the League of Villains were like, Dobby's a powerhouse and like a prodigy, but like really he's just a dude with a really high tier destructive quirk that coast off it. That's why Gaten was such a rough matchup for him, even with type advantage.
Yeah, and even Gaten understood how he would suffer from a long drawn out battle. While Gaten was like, your fire rate don't matter because you hurt yourself while doing this, and all I got to do is move around, put my ice somewhere, keep making more ice, move around, clash with you, and you'll fucking give up before I do, basically.
Yep.
Man, I want a world or a spin-off series where Bakugo has half hot, half cold.
Oh,
Jesus
man.
Christ!
Jesus Christ! Monstrous. That's gonna be monstrous, man.
Listen, y'all can have whatever quirk y'all want. I will take aerodynamic barrier. Listen, Captain Celebrity, Chris Skyline, the GOAT.
Oh yeah. Yes. That is actually a really good one.
The field of telekinetic energy surrounding him protects him from cold, heat, explosions, and other physical harm. This field of protection can be extended to cover other people, but it gets thinner the more people it protects. So and before you would have thought this nigga was Superman before the truth behind his quirk was revealed because he was here for a long time before his quirk was actually revealed, dog.
You're talking about I forgot his name, the guy.
Captain Celebrity.
Captain Celebrity. That's a freaking good quirk. That's true.
That nigga quirk's on OD, dog. Like you don't understand. This nigga was taking like if Bakugo was like just putting howitzer like explosions or catapults back to back on this nigga, he was standing them while holding up the entire sky egg. That nigga Chris Skyline so fucking raw. Dog.
So what does his super strength and stuff come from then?
It's basically
it's the telekinetic barrier.
Yes.
Yeah. So he can repel it off of himself. But instead it looks like he has super strength and super durability, but it's just like All Might. But it's like his quirk is really different. It's just that he's pushing it back off himself. So he's holding it up like almost with telekinesis.
It's if you've heard me use the phrase tactile telekinesis, that's basically in that vein, like what that power is.
So Marco, I haven't read Vigilante, so I'm just asking about.
Man, you have to read it. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. Really
I've read some of it, but
yeah, Solari could take on Makia for a bit. He could stall Makia definitely.
All right, but so my thing is with his punches. Like, how does that work with punches? Like, how hard can he punch?
He literally knocked down a giant before too.
Yeah, like because basically what he could do is like propel himself at really high speeds and then channel it into like the wrist arm area and maximize the impact so it has even more force. So he's got some decent level attacks actually. He's not quite All Might level, but he's got some pretty solid blows.
Many people compared him to All Might from he was blonde and everything in the story. So yeah.
Chris is definitely top tier. And he's one of the most amazing real ring characters. Like fucking Chris is just that development, dog. Woo.
Yeah.
So if he's in Japan as a hero, like what rank?
Well, he went back to America. No.
What I'm asking is after All Might, is he the number one hero if All Might isn't around?
Yeah, potentially. He could go toe to toe with Endeavor.
Yeah, he would be like top 10 level at least.
Yes.
He's literally right behind Endeavor because where Hawks doesn't have power, but he has speed. Chris has both, but Endeavor also has both too at the same time.
And an elemental type, so it's like I can see him at like hitting third, and it wouldn't like surprise me.
Yeah.
So y'all don't see him here first?
Not with All Might. I'm talking
with All Might. I'm talking with All Might going.
No, I mean it's like I said.
I can see it going either way with All Might gone. It could go either way.
If we talking purely based off like. Just like not popularity, but strength, basically. Well, from what we've seen, or capabilities, he'd be like it's him and Endeavor tied head to head.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like Endeavor, like there's some feats that celebrity has that you could argue would put him like raw strength wise due to his quirk over Endeavor, but there's some like DC stuff that Endeavor has, both involving skyscrapers, that you could argue would put him over. So like that's kind of where it comes down to, like you can kind of see it going either way.
Like if those two fought, it'd be like more high diff than the high end fight. Like
it would be more interesting. It would be like, what if the All Might versus Endeavor fight was balanced almost? Like
yes. Okay.
All right, so I want to talk about this then. So it's time to get my praise off, man. I was really just thinking here and how Horikoshi placed up everybody, and think about how many characters have actually had a pivotal moment or a high tier moment or actually done something relevant within this entire arc, where they've been placed out and how they've been strategically placed, so that even Hashoto ain't did shit yet, but he also lined up to where that Nejire, fucking Shoto, and Ida, who haven't really done anything yet in this arc compared to the rest, have all been lined up to this final climax. Excluding Dabian, it was just like, goddamn, the amount of carefulness and strategic planning that goes into all this really just amazes me. He set up every character to where they need to be, and it's thinking like, what can I get this character to do? What can I get that character to do? What move, etc. Just going down the line. With always keeping it interesting. Because when I was talking to Ian about it, I was like, I actually am glad we didn't get another chapter of Shigaraki just being kind of OD and them fighting Shigaraki. It was like, because then they would just be like, I could already see half of y'all or most of y'all and even people in the community, another Shigaraki chat, like, yeah, like, well, we just seen this with everybody else already. So now it's just keeping it fresh because Maki is already here. So it's also more to do once again. And if you know his little throwaway panel, he already said that we already informed the other heroes who are fighting the Nomu. So those things can come back into play too. It's like Maki coming here, that's another problem. Then you got the Nomus on the loose. So it's like, okay, what the fuck are we really gonna be doing here?
A question for me in this arc is where are the people from Shiketsu and the second years, the third years of UA, because they're missing right now.
So the way, when you look at the way this has been set up, and like people keep talking about where is Makia headed, we do have potential for, as like this stuff is getting like to its big climax, Dabi's making his big speech, and you know, being all excited the way he is, as that comes to a head, you'll have Dabi. What?
First of all, JJ, you can calm down with all that, because Cat the Celebrity. So I said, Cat.
Man, hold on, I was making a point. Shit out. So you got that coming to a head, but then Makia arrives, and we've all been focused on like Makia arriving, but I think the big subversion for this arc could easily be that, all right, yes, Makia is here. Oh shit. So is Shiketsu, so is Monoma, so is like these other factions. They're collapsing too, because everybody knows where Makia is headed. Because everybody needs to collapse in and converge on that point, because every hero's goal in the country right now is to stop Makia. Yes, they should be losing. Like JJ just put in the chat, like they're going to lose, but that does give more viability to certain heroes being able to escape. And for for Shigaraki to be too busy to decide to keep prioritizing trying to chase Deku. There's too many, like if there's just too many forces there, more than likely give some orders for like Nomus to protect them, and the league, tries to make it a point to escape.
Actually, rereading. Actually, Monoma and them are not going to show up here, because I was rereading, and Edshot said Hawk said they have multiple bases throughout the country. Then Edshot said the commanders are all here, and we have all their bases around the country surrounded. So it's not just, so he said all the commanders are here. That was the main point, because this, when I really look at it, this isn't 100K PLF members right here. So there's still more out there in other bases around the country. That's where Monoma most likely they haven't appeared here yet, because he said that it was like, he said all the commanders are here. That was the main point he made, it more than anything.
Yeah, well, what we're gonna see. If we the thing about this war right now, if we don't see them, we have to see the remains of what they did and what they had to face. If you hear that some students died in the fight, it's gonna be painful, but it's gonna be right for the story, I will say. and for even for Shiketsu, because yeah, like you said, they will go to Makia, try to stop him, and it will also show the problem to Inaza, because Inaza is a big fan of Todoroki, of the Todoroki family, so he will see at first hand the Dabi thing. That will be interesting. Yeah.
I have a question to ask all you guys. I meant to ask this like maybe an hour ago, but we got derailed. All right, so because originally we was talking about Nejire, so my two questions are: one, what does Nejire really do? Like, how big can her showing be when Giganto is appear with Dabi, Spinner, all of them? And two, do you think that Momo's serum comes into play now? Those are my two questions. Have at it.
So the bits for what she can do is she's got like one, she's consistently been shown to take on like big threats.
Yes.
You know, like back in Overhaul arc, you had her taking on the big nigga. You had that at the start of the arc, plus in the arc itself. We've constantly gotten to see her like unloading giant energy blast on Big Beast. I don't expect it to work this time, but I do think that the big showing that we get here with Nejire is probably going to be her hitting Makia with the first attack that on panel we get to see really make him go, oh, okay,
let's go.
like I think that's what Nejire's moment kind of like is here, where she's about to get that meathead moment where it's like you can argue that she's not like up there, but you literally just saw her blow somebody up that we've seen countless other people try to do something to and get nothing done. And as you guys mentioned, the combination of the damage from her, the restrictions from Best Genius should finally let the serum start taking effect, which means that like they just need to pull out like for real and just get out. And that's why they'll start prioritizing actually escaping over trying to like make the final stand and victory right there.
Do you think the serum will work?
I think if it comes in, like it should come into play eventually, because Momo's character arc has kind of been about learning how to lead even if you lose, learning how to deal with the pain of loss, and understanding that sometimes what the optimal play for your team isn't always going to be about like having you there, even like where you look at JT and effectively if that wasn't a training exercise, she would have effectively accepted death in exchange for making sure that, you know, in that case, if Tokoyami would have also been fighting real villains, he probably would have gone ahead and like just beat the fuck out of them and knock them unconscious, which means that Tokoyami would have been able to come back through after taking out the rest of the people in joint training and finish off Kendo too, more than likely, just because I don't think Dark Shadow versus Big Hands is a good enough matchup for like in her favor. So you look at that, and then she eventually does need a point though where her leadership, her guidance, and her strategy is rewarded. And I don't think we're going to be forced to wait all the way until the end of the series to get that. This is a good moment to have her get like a half victory where, yeah, a bunch of people got damaged. Yes, people died. Yes, buildings are destroyed. But due to these decisions she made, it still ended up not as bad, because letting Shigaraki at 75% plus Giganto Makia tag team these heroes, then run and do whatever, is still a far worse scenario than what we're getting.
Do you see a world where it doesn't work?
Only if we get a dead Nejire and like a couple more of the pro heroes on this site dead. Like if Ryukyu dies, like at that point, then we're having to catch bodies, and then the 6 students are going to have to run away, and the adults here are just going to kind of bite the bullet, and they'll probably be forced to drag erasers with them just because
he can't do anything.
He can't do anything, and the reality is that having quirk erasure is too important. Yep. They need to recognize that ability's value and make sure that they prioritize and save Aizawa. Him and Izuku are the most important people here right now, even with Shoto here, even with Nejire here, even with Ida here. Because if at one point, you know, let's just say like Aizawa just happens to wake up and struggle and glance at Shigaraki for 3 seconds, that could be enough to like get him injured again and his regeneration struggling even more and just being like, yeah, I need to get out of here.
What about you, Flo?
No, I wasn't paying attention.
Damn.
This nigga.
I had something else on my mind because I was trying to predict how the rest of the arc is gonna go, because when you brought up Kitetsu is gonna come up, be like, all right, if Kitetsu and Monoma comes up, which is highly plausible, because at the very beginning of the arc you get that huge cover spread with all the like, you know, people that are going to be a part of the arc. You see the Tokiyami, you know, Deku, you see the Kitetsu High and stuff like that. So I'm thinking if they come, they probably going to be the force, like especially the Wind and Todoroki probably going to be a nice callback to when they fought before, or like well not fought, but like yeah fought before. They're probably going to be used to combat Giganto, and then I don't see how what else could happen. But while I was thinking that, I was like, yeah, this arc is probably going to go past 300 chapters because there's still a lot of things that haven't been covered. Because I do see the traitor plot coming back up in this arc, and also the the Kurogiri plot as well. So I don't know. I just had a lot on my mind.
Yeah.
I understand you, Flo. Yo, Walmart Luffy, chill out. We desperate that clapping against shot. Chill out.
Oh, I think what did he say? Walmart Luffy said, "Well, Giganto will fall asleep, but he can still fight in his sleep." If that's true, then Giganto is the best. Giganto is literally like that nigga.
Like, no, what if he was asleep this whole time?
That's been apparent since NBA or shit. Since
Yo, yeah, that is a point. What if he has been asleep this whole? That would be crazy. That would be crazy. But Giganto's just that guy, man. Like, if he's fighting while he's asleep, and he's going based off of like his natural instincts, man, who beat him?
Different breed, bro. Different breed. And I say the trader, since Nezu is the trader, I say it's coming about actually after this arc when the who said this? Oh shit, let me go to the pins because Byukia, aka Neil, he was spitting some facts, dog. Like the theory he had about how this arc will go is really clutch. Who the fuck is this shit up? Who the fuck?
I also believe All Might's father died too.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, my thing about for the arc right now, what I'm waiting to see is, the thing, the most thing I think that Anakin brought the most thing that I had in my head about the thing about Nidire fighting Maka because she fought the big guys there. Also, the things that I was waiting around is that all the characters that we saw in the panel, like Florian said, I would like to see them. And yeah, next to it, the Dabi Todoroki reveal, I'm asking myself how it's gonna be because we will see a flashback, but what will be how will that be presented? I'm thinking to myself, how will Orokoshi execute it? Because we will have that Dabi origin or Toya Todoroki origin. It will be a flashback from what we know. So what we're gonna see is that Dabi will be like smiling, telling to his father, his father or brother, hey, the time right now is to show the world what you did to me, or that's what, because he brought skeptic for a reason right now. He brought skeptic for a reason, just to show something, and because he likes to be on the front page. What I'm thinking about is he's gonna show everything that's going to happen right now to the world, to world Japan, because people are seeing things on YouTube and on television right now. And what if we see what will happen is a moment like of stop fighting in the like a moment of silence in the fight. But Shigaraki right now is like on he's like a robot right now. He just wants to kill Deku, finish the stuff with Deku right now, and he's acting like a fucking spider. We almost unconscious. So I'm really like confused how it will end. Really, I don't know what you're thinking about, guys, about this.
It could go anywhere. It could go anywhere. I don't know where it would
Because
work.
Yeah, and I was also thinking that there's a possibility that how we're saying after this arc, there's a possibility Horikoshi doesn't break it up into 2 arcs, and this is all just one long arc. Because like the things that we were talking about carries right over. It's like there's a possibility that this arc goes on 60 something chapters. There's also that possibility where he doesn't break it up into two arcs.
We could have it based like Camp and Camino, because some people or most majority of fans consider that as a 2-part arc or the same arc in general. They consider all like a collaboration of essentially.
I mean here's the thing. When you look at the transition between the training camp arc and Camino, it doesn't feel like an actual arc shift. It's like they went to the training camp, got jumped, hospitalized. All right, what do we do from here? We got whooped. Let's go beat his ass. Let's go beat that dude's ass. Except in this case, it was let's go save Bakugo.
Yeah.
That's how it would exactly be after this arc, because it'd be essentially like, okay, we just exposed the hero, and it's not going to be a skip like 2 months later. In that meantime, the heroes did this, the villains did that. No, it's going to be immediately after they get exposed and the shock to the system of the world. It's going to be the follow-up right after that. I mean, minutes, hours, seconds after Dabi exposed everything. Yeah, niggas got kids out here, etc. The shit's going down. So,
but what I was ultimately saying is Horikoshi differentiates the camp arc and the Camino Ward as 2 different arcs. What I'm saying is there's a possibility that he just doesn't differentiate the 2 this time, and it's just one long arc. It's a possibility.
Well, the thing is that people talk about the idea of having season 6 be all Paranormal Liberation Warfront, and that only way that would be possible is if this is just like a 60 chapter like arc. I don't think that's all that season 6 will be, just because I don't want all of Endeavor Agency trying to be crammed into season 5. That would be like 65, 66, 7 chapters. I
have a problem with that, because that's.
Wait, can you repeat that? I'm trying to. So you said right now, are we on season 5 that's about to come out?
Season 5 is about to come out. Season 5 would be starting, assuming they actually do the finish to Pro Hero arc and don't neglect it. It would be starting on page 13 of chapter 190. So effectively chapter 191. But that would mean like if we do the entire Endeavor Agency arc, you're going all the way to chapter around like 250, 251, depending on where you want to consider that arc to end. That's like a solid 60 plus chapters. Like that gets kind of wonky, and you could end up with like some stuff getting cut out that you might not want cut out.
What does that around what happens like 60 chapters later? Is that the Endeavor's training?
Here, let me just real quick go to the.
Because in the anime, the treatment of the 4th season of the anime, I didn't really like it. I think it's because they had the movie, but yeah, I really didn't like how they treat the 4th season, I will say.
Yeah, season 5 will be perfectly fine, because they didn't have to siphon the staff off to go work on the movie this time around.
But like
that's not all the issues. It's not just the staff, because the director changed. We had a new director from the previous 3 seasons that also affected it. But the main thing was, like, far as animation quality, they did have a good amount of the staff working on like the movie too.
Well, here's how I see season 5 going. Literally, we get the beginning stuff of the end of the Pro Hero arc. We get the joint training arc. We get My Villain Academia, and then after My Villain Academia, what we end up getting is the little bit when Hawks gives Endeavor the book and says you have to train these people. I think that's where the season ends.
So my preference specifically is that chapter, I believe. Hold on, let me see.
Because that makes the most logical sense. Anything other than that is cutting. You'll be speeding through everything or cutting.
Now we're using logic.
No. What I was thinking about for the 5,
wait.
Yes, I will.
So, real quick, if you finish around Bolster Our Numbers, that lets the series finish at 246. Here's why that's a really good spot to finish season 5. You ready for this?
Yeah.
246 is also the chapter where Ujiko's like, your quirk really blossomed in that last bottle. Now it's not only the object you touch, but the things that are connected. So this is where we get the explanation that he's about to go into a surgery. and he can take One for All. So like you would have, like the last episode would be Shigaraki going into the chamber effectively to take the surgery, him saying he's going to take the hero seriously, Endeavor flipping through the pages of the books, like understanding that, Hawks going back to the base, and then like Hawks like internally monologuing about how they're already growing stronger, and Endeavor making the decision to step out and train the heroes. That would be a great season finale.
Yes.
That's what the entire like double spread of all the kids they grow faster than me, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I always thought that was I always thought that, or the one where Endeavor's like, all right, I do this shit, I do that shit, I do that shit. Your goal is to follow me, and it's like Endeavor's walking and everybody's walking behind him, but the wind's flowing onto them. I always either thought the double spread of that, or the one where they're walking behind Endeavor with the wind blowing, like, you know, you can look towards the future. I always thought either those two would be a good point to end season 5 on.
I was thinking about the end of the start of the war when Deku said there were no more heroes in the city. That would be like a big cliffhanger. But yeah, let me see.
No, but they'll have to go through the Endeavor training arc though.
And then you gotta go past all the Shirakumo stuff too. So that's like 2 months to jump in. Like that's why when people was talking about like, oh, it was like they was talking about like they was going to get past the Endeavor agency and this, that, and I'm like, and it's Shirakumo. So I'm like, that's too much stuff to jam past. I'm like, just because JT is short, don't mean they need to jam all that shit in there.
JT actually isn't that short.
It's the second longest arc.
They meant because the fact that animation, like when you animate fights, it transfers quicker and like in lesser episodes than in like chapter to chapter. Because you know how like it flows quicker, and
but JT is still gonna roughly be about 8 episodes at least.
I said 7, but I agree with you on 8.
No, it can't be 7 because think about it this way: Chapter 218, like 209, 210 is around the time the battles end. You still have like 2 more like things like important plot points to handle after that, and a bunch of dialogue because you have like the Ares stuff, which is going to take up at least an episode. It's like 2 chapters worth of stuff. So you have like enough stuff that happens, plus the preceding. Like even if each round is 5 minutes, some of the setup for the round, the dream of the One for All users, that's like an episode. Setting up the round, actually like knowing who the teams are going to be, all that other stuff is going to be another episode. 5 more episodes of actual combat. Plus like the Deku round is probably going to be 2 episodes because you also have to fit in the flashbacks and One for All, have to interact with the 5th user. So that's already at 8. And then you got like the area interactions and stuff like that. So at most, or like at minimum, is actually going to be around 8, 9 if it's going to like make sense. And then you start getting the transition episodes, and maybe you fit chapters 218 and 219 into the first core, just because that's Bakugo and Deku and Shoto, or Bakugo and Shoto versus the Cider House stuff happens in 219, 218. And then when you start the second core, you're immediately starting off with My Villain Academia at that point.
Well, some people like in Discourse, they don't want the Endeavor agency in season 6. They just want the full war. The benefit of the anime only seeing half of the war would be that if you line up properly. I'm not doing the math right now, but essentially the idea would be if you line up it properly and the war starts, and you could end it at the point where Shigaraki actually wakes up and just decimates everything. That would be even a better cliffhanger for season 6 than anything.
Yep.
Because you got to think there's a lot of dialogue and action and a lot of stuff. Because all this season 6, I don't even think all this stuff happened in season 6. Yeah, we animate a lot of chapters by thing to thing, but as much action there was a bunch of other shit to do in these chapters. Like there was a lot of stuff going on, like from like switching points of views to this back and forth. So even a better point to be in the season 6 will be on Shigaraki waking up and decimating everything, or like he's coming, he's free from the shackles of humanity. He's like truly like a damn being, a god, and then they could
so you think that no, because what would be hypothetically I don't want to speak anymore season 6 for you will start at the training arc with Endeavor. With Endeavor, we start with this, then we'll go to the war, and you think that it will end at I forgot his name, Shigaraki awakening. That's the idea. That's what.
So basically, like the first core.
That's terrible.
Season 6, not 5.
Like, okay, so because like that would be like that would only work if season 6 was like 24 chapters long. That would also be bad.
Yeah, I think not season 6.
There is no season that can end with the Shigaraki waking up.
No.
A core could end with it, but like an actual season, no, because we get 25 episodes now.
Shamurda in the chat says, for the record, season 4 was 67 chapters, and 67 chapters from 191 is 257, which is the heroes vanish from the city chapter.
Yeah, I also think what we have to consider is that fighting chapters are usually shorter in terms of putting them into the anime. Like in the anime, you can make. Yeah, but I mean that if we put like the entire part until Shigaraki comes into the first season, that would only leave the fighting for the next season, which would be then, what would that be, 5 episodes?
Because season 4 like condense a lot of shit though.
It did. Yes, because season 4 runs because it runs from chapter 125 all the way to chapter 190. Because 124 was the final chapter of season 3. So 125 to 190 is actually only 65 chapters. But even ignoring that, there was objectively scenes cut out that involved backstory. There was like 8 to 9 pages in remedial course cut out just in one of the chapters alone. Then you also had like the removal of stain scenes. But the issue also you need to factor in when you're trying to decide, like, it's not just will this be hype? You also need to factor in what does this do for the timetable of the manga and the anime's production.
Yeah.
Doing another 60, like it takes over a year to get 60 chapters in. At most you would ever get is 52 chapters, and that would assume Shonen Jump, the magazine, took no breaks. That never is going to happen. So then you also have to factor in how many breaks that like we took total. Now, for example, Undead Unluck came out the first magazine of Shonen Jump in 2020. How many chapters does Undead Unluck have? Does anybody know off the top of their head?
37.
No.
38 today. Or
38.
Yeah.
38. Now ask yourself this. Fun fact, most of the war takes place in 2020. Like it's written in 2020. Do you guys remember how many chapters of My Hero Academia is released in 2020?
No, I don't.
33. MHA has only released about 33 chapters this year. So if we only have 33 chapters of the actual war, we cannot do a season like the season 5. If it goes all the way up to 257, that creates like a massive like burden on like Horikoshi. Like we're probably going to get it delayed by like an extra year and a half for the next anime season, just to make sure that there's like at least 60 chapters in
like AOT, AOT, yeah.
Right, like we start getting like those 1.5 to 2 year gaps basically. At that point, the production schedule and value like starts to drop, or at the very least the production schedule drops. So if they want to be consistent, they want to keep putting out a season every year, they cannot do that.
Yeah.
They cannot adapt that much. Like,
but the thing about what I'm really scared for the anime, because right now, because in my eyes, they were like they skipped very important things from the manga, like the quirks being in sickness.
Yeah,
the thing like this, because right now everything that we see right now in the manga, it goes back to it. You know, with Toga, with Shigaraki, even for Deku, the way that she's acting, is possessed and everything. So everything is back. The quirks are almost like sickness. And why did they cut out that part, man? I don't understand till today. Because they were scared about canceling. I don't know why. Because we gave like a flashback to a villain who abused a girl, like she's like, I don't know, she was 4 or 5 year old. I don't know why, because I don't understand. That part was so important. That's why I really love that arc too, because it gave us a new perspectives about the society and quest and how we saw things.
As much as I agree with you, Ponzo, and I agree that it should have been in there. Looking back at the season, if they wanted to include the Endeavor fight in the season, they had to make shortcuts elsewhere. Which is why I didn't even think the Endeavor fight was going to be in this season.
Yeah.
Because I thought that it wouldn't.
They wouldn't take those shortcuts.
Yeah, I didn't think they would take them shortcuts. But if we're taking shortcuts now, like I don't know the reason. Like the first 3 seasons were adapted perfectly, and the things that were taken out were inconsequential, or they added more. Actually, they added more than they took out ever.
Yeah, because like Final Exams, they fleshed out and made a way better arc in the anime than it was in the manga.
Yeah,
for sure.
So I'm confused on the change. Like he said, there is a new director, and the movie was going to. So I don't know. So, but like for season 5, it's literally like you literally can't do that because what's going to happen is going at this pace, the anime is going to catch up to the manga sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
So you have to make the conscious decision to pace out everything correctly, or and I don't want to. I don't want this to happen, but it may have to happen this season. If you really want to pace it out really well, you may have to have a couple filler episodes. You may have to stretch out in VA longer.
And I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't say no for MVA because we have, there's a bit. So we have to see the fight of Gitten versus Dabi. And we get other stuff too, and so the fight against the league versus Gingito Makia, we will see also the fight how it was going on. There's not a problem. The thing about it also, what I was thinking about, even the way that they cut also, the fact that they cut like they show like the thing about One for All at the end of the season. I didn't understand why they wanted to stop there.
I didn't understand that either.
I didn't understand because they had the Dabi stuff. That would also make people hype as hell. And also the thing about it, there is many animes. What they don't use the ending. They just animate the episode. Put the rest like for the thing. Like you get ending is almost like 1 minute or 2 minutes in an anime. In 2 minutes, you can show a lot of stuff. In my eyes, why didn't use this technique? That's what I don't understand. ReZero is really good at it. ReZero just sometimes just put the music of the ending and let the anime like go to the end, or just putting like before the ending. Why did they not use that? Because all the stuff about the quirk sickness, they could use these minutes. And I'm really not understanding that's why I'm really scared for season 5.
I agree with you completely, Ponzu, because I was thinking that too. I was like, because I think I was BG not here, but when I was in a Hori High, we had watched the last episode together and stuff like that, and we was like, okay, I don't think they're gonna do. We were like, half the people were like, okay, they'll do the usual ending or whatever, and then they'll end the season. Like, and some people's like, wait, we got enough time left. They can still They can still pull up Davi in this last couple minutes.
Yes.
And people were like, but you could just play the music. You could play different music or put the credits instead of actually putting the ending, because that ending wouldn't work with the type of beat that's going and stuff like that.
I was really surprised because, for one, normally they always do this where they, in the very first episode of each season, they make this recap where it's like this rather mundane, almost boring episode where we meet the characters again. And with this, where they break in like right after the Endeavor versus High-End fight, and still actually have to finish that fight with Dabi and then the Todoroki household stuff, there's not real space for this kind of episode. So I don't know if they just intend not to do this next episode, or if they will somehow sneak it in together with the Dabi appearing, which would also be odd. Maybe they have great idea for that, which I just don't see. But that was one thing that really surprised me. And the other thing is that with this going back to Deku's dream in the after credit scene, is like we're now at the end of this day. Like I think in the actual manga, I think this dream happens like 2 days later, something like this. But apparently now, I guess it has to be the next night. But it would at least be this day is over. So this Dabi stuff chronologically must have already happened. So he skipped it, and then we have to go back to it, which is just because to every manga, every anime only, it would make the clear assumption. They would make the clear assumption that after Endeavor raised his fist, the fight is over, they go home, and at that night, Deku has a dream. They would not expect anything to happen in between.
And my issue is that you had no reason to show the dream sequence.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just odd.
Here's the thing.
Okay.
Real quick. The way you can end the season, if you wanted to add an after credit scene, is literally just show Dobby on the mountain standing menacingly down, like we saw in the manga, but just put more emphasis on it. Like we see Dobby in the hair in the background, and we see him looking down on Endeavor and them. Boom.
And smiling will be enough.
Because that's the other thing, right? Is that they chose to set up the mystery of next season, which is going to be resolved really early. And as somebody else mentioned, padding out MVA doesn't really make a lot of sense. They can do a lot more with the student battles. And I think if we're going to get filler content, it's going to be there, not in My Villain Academia. And the thing is that the Endeavor work agency is really important and should be handled correctly. That's part of why I don't mind it being split across 2 seasons, because I do think that the back 10 chapters of MVA have a lot of stuff that's a little easier to condense, because you got to remember that there's 4 pages of Shigaraki just destroying shit laughing. That's not something that's going to become a 5-minute scene all of a sudden.
That would be beautiful. That would be beautiful. Just 5 minutes of destruction.
It may.
I'd be hard pressed to see that and it still be good, but that's not the point. The point though is moreover that they need to slow down a bit, how much stuff they're adapting, so that they can go back to the season 3 approach, season 2 approach, where they're a lot more faithful and rigid, and then occasionally accommodate with a smaller or filler episode, because the filler episode is a better choice than the let's just skip content and cram stuff in here, especially because like we mentioned, Ponzu, with the whole the quirks being a disease, that ties in with the stuff that gets talked about in My Villain Academia, where and not to mention it, the mice thing, foreshadowing Destro, these are all small little things that they removed little Easter eggs that lets the anime only audience think about the show more, which increases engagement. So they removed theory crafting and mystery from the series to a bit. And that's the issue with that. So if we slow down, go back to doing only 50, 60 chapters, 1, it gives more breathing room for Horikoshi as it's writing the manga, but then 2, it keeps the production schedule a bit better. 3, it makes sure that the scenes that we are getting adapted are actually done in a way that people are satisfied with. Because if you think about it, if they would have been okay with ending with the concert, ending with the stuff with the wholesome note, they could have gone even harder. I didn't need to see the fight for Mirio and the Black Bar, but they could have instead that could have been extra 5 minutes of combat there, and you could have added some little. They could have done Manchester Smash correctly instead of the bullshit that they did, because the whole point of the Manchester Smash is that he was supposed to quickly bounce up, ricochet, and then do a front flip heel drop, not a jump in the air drop axe kick that's way more predictable. The whole point was that he was faster than Night Eye and Mirio, and that gets lost in the translation in the anime because of that. So there's a couple of adaptation decisions they could have made that would have been different had they not been making it a point to shoehorn in the pro hero arc. So I would really much rather prefer, because the thing is that if the last episode is about 3 chapters and it focuses on the takedown of Star Servant, Hawks giving them the book, and then Endeavor taking that last moment to think, then you can kind of finish off the arc still with the weight of, okay, they still might die. There's the cutaway to explain that they're going to bring destruction in April. You would have the establishment the war is coming without the heroes disappearing from the streets, but you still have the looming threat. The heroes are going to be in a war soon. It's official. That's on the way. It's coming in a few months. They got this work study. So a lot of student or anime only watchers would end up sitting there going, all right, either we're going to get next season's going to be about these work studies and then it's going to be about the war, or it's going to be about a war, but they're not going to know which one. So then when the next season starts and we wrap up the Endeavor arc that first week, that first 2 or 3 episodes, and then the war is here, they're going to be wait, whoa, I thought we were hanging with the students. And so that mid-season hype is way more important than necessarily having an end of season cliffhanger, because that'll get people to go back and watch it for a little while. But having that mid-season cliffhanger, that mid-core hype buildup gets everybody talking about it and making it viral in a way where your market is actually going to be invested, and they're going to come back next week. They're going to be wait, maybe I should be binging My Hero Academia. I want to experience this season in real time. And then that's how you get the bonus manga sales and stuff like that. That's why episode 19 and Demon Slayer is a good, being the 19th episode instead of episode 25, 26 is important, because instead of it being okay, this is the big finale, wow, that was a cool finish to the season, it got a lot of people in, even though the episodes after episode 19 weren't necessarily anywhere near as great as episode 19 of Demon Slayer. It didn't matter. It got enough people to get on board, catch up, and then catch up, watch like another 5-6 episodes, and then be like, all right, I guess I can commit to this series. Why not? I did this. So you want to kind of create that effect.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff that like those little chapters even behind NBA, like the media training chapter, the nice little like everybody truly flexing what they learn. It's like a lot. It's like a bunch of good stuff in between those after NBA. The like little chapters that actually matter. You could pad it out, like you could literally extend the Christmas party to like almost a full episode because Class 1B came by too. They said they were coming by, so you could just add extra stuff in.
Yeah,
tidbits here and there. Like who wouldn't want to see if you really enjoy MHA? I would have liked to seen Class 1B and 1A like in there because when Poltergeist Girl was holding Kaminari in her lap, I was like, oh, because it kind of makes sense because they all been getting closer little by little, and they were having Christmas parties together and shit like that. So I was like, it makes sense that they're this close essentially.
Yeah, regardless of how they do it, I think we all can agree that the best way to do it, they have to stretch and slow it down. They have to. They have to because
I have a question.
Go ahead.
The fourth season, did it start with a reminder for the third season?
Yes, it did.
Oh putain, the fourth is just lose 24 minutes.
Again, I will say the recap episode is very, very, very important and it is needed every single season because unlike us who talk about My Hero every day, people watch this season and they literally don't think about My Hero really for another year and a half until it's time to come again or a year or however
I don't
long.
know if it's necessary. I think it's actually, I have nothing against them, to be honest.
No, say it.
Enjoy them well enough.
Here's why it's important because I watch a lot of reaction channels. I know a lot of people don't, but people like literally when they're watching the reaction, the recap episodes, it's like, oh yeah, I forgot about this. Literally, I see everyone there watch these episodes, like, oh yeah, I forgot this happened. Literally, it's reminding everybody what's happened in the story. Like everybody who watches reaction channels, that they all say the same thing. So the anime onlys do need this. Like, of course, as manga readers.
Why I said this is because other shows don't need this. Like I watch dozens of TV shows that have seasonal things, and I don't need that in the first episode. Most shows don't do it, and it works fine.
Yeah, you don't. But with My Hero, it's hella different because apparently, listen, My Hero is different than those other shows. I'm gonna keep because Rex is spitting right now because even I got friends that read. Oh, what's his name? I forgot his power. That's why I'm so glad.
There's so much content.
That's why I'm so glad they introduced their names and their quirks again. Because at the time, even when watching. My friend, like my best friend, my brother, he was like forgetting some of the people's names or quirks, and he just like he just remember. He would either remember their quirk or their name, but sometimes you forget a lot of stuff they do or like events like that. So honestly, as much as the filler is like I don't feel it, but it's like for anime only, like Rex said, X is spinning right now. I completely 100% agree. For anime only, it's definitely necessary because those niggas be forgetting a lot of shit.
Even manga readers forget stuff, and they read week to week.
No, but don't they do this anyway?
No,
I remember that I had quite a few in between season, like when a character came back for a while, the narrator would still reintroduce the character even in between seasons.
No, it would just pop up their name on screen.
Yeah, and a flashcard.
And really, it's not even the studio that My Hero, like the TV station that My Hero Academia airs on, doesn't trust its viewers to understand the plot. That like Toho specifically is like, yo, we need these recaps when you come back. I'm like, we all know there's other series that do seasonals that aren't, as dependent on. Granted, I think a lot of those shows also have more stable and reliable, like production schedules. Whereas My Hero gets moved a lot, which is something that they need to just kind of like learn how to commit to, like figure out what the time slot they want My Hero Academia to be at is on, commit to that. And then it'll cut down on like that necessity. But then you also combine that with the fact that if I'm being honest, like one of the things that like I'll see is some people will be like, oh yeah, and like they'll barely be able to remember like half the details in My Hero Academia. You'll know that they're reading manga, and then you'll realize that they're reading like some of them are only reading like 5 series at the moment actually, and they still can't keep My Hero straight. So for people who are reading like or watching dozens of shows plus anime and then don't have that community support, I think it plays a bigger factor in how much you remember about the show than a lot of people give it credit for.
Yes.
When you have people that you can actually talk to about it, because you're like, yeah, of course I remember this stuff. You remember this stuff because 3 days ago you had a conversation about it, and 4 days ago before that you had a different conversation about My Hero that also put some of the thoughts back in your head, but you didn't necessarily have them be relevant. You have a consistent stimulus and you see stuff engaging with it. But like even where remember like when Rogers Base had that big stream and he was like, I don't know how I feel about My Hero Academia during the war arc. And then a bunch of us got on there. We talked to him about it. And ever since then, he's just been like, no, like I'll be fine. And like sometimes he's like, oh, well, I'll just go talk to the church. Boom.
No, of course, you forget
I
things.
got my
That's
hand
clear.
raised.
Even reading the manga, sometimes you forget things. I just feel like the things they reintroduce every episode is not the type of things I would necessarily forget, or that would be like mostly it's like repeating the names of the class, and like the important ones most would remember, and the unimportant ones is not really the important things you need to know. Like you don't need to know Toru's name to understand the story.
The last recap episode of My
You know
Hero.
how many times I've looked up Class 1B?
I actually think the last recap was probably the best, I think, because I think the first one they made this bath scene, and the last one was the reporter, which was the best, I think, because it put you in the political mood, I think.
Yeah, I actually like that reporter guy. That was actually pretty cool.
I think
that was smart. That was smart. That was really smart. But the thing about it, the problem is with the
story.
The problem is with even with that the thing is that they cut stuff for one episode to be packed. The problem if they didn't have to cut stuff to put in the season, I wouldn't have a problem with this.
This is the first time it's done it, though.
Sorry.
Hey, AJJ, relax.
I'm saying this is the first time that they've cut things from a season.
Yeah, but you understand me. You have a season. You know that you have one episode, one episode two that you recap, and you're cutting stuff. Being a smart person, I think that these people there are smart enough to know that. Yeah,
you're arguing with production schedule versus like actual what the studio would like to do. Think about it this way. God of High School admitted that their production schedule basically told them to do 140 chapters, 13 episodes. Does anybody here think that's smart?
No.
That's the dumbest decision I've ever heard in my life.
But they still, so sometimes your company just literally like puts certain shit on you where they're like, we want you by this point and you have to figure out how you're going to get there. And that's more than likely what happened with My Hero Season 4. But real quick, because I'm about to address something in the chat, I don't think it's completely necessary, but Fire Force also has a considerably smaller cast than MHA.
Yep.
So AOT has killed off a good chunk of the cast. In addition to that, though, they have different television like providers. And if I'm being completely honest with you, Seven Deadly Sins, a lot of people don't pay that much attention to and miss plenty of stuff. Doesn't have like a lot of deep followings. Like One Punch Man, come on now. That's not like one, it was one season. Two, it was like, let's see, you had Genos, Saitama, like most of the characters introduced in season 1 aren't even as relevant in season 2. So like that doesn't matter as much.
And it's more satirical anime.
Right. And with Fire Force, I'll agree that I don't think there was a bunch of flashback, but you also routinely have people shitting on Fire Force's plot. So like, and I don't even hate Fire Force's plot, but I'm gonna just say like the fact that people shit on some of these shows that you list as plot is probably a good indicator that people aren't actually following them that well for a good chunk of the series.
Fire Force is really good. It just has the author is just a motherfucker. The author is just a motherfucker. But he just want to troll people.
Yeah, but also like one thing I will say, again, because I do watch reaction channels, these series that you are naming, every time there's a new season, they're like, who is that again? They would literally say this. It's like, I don't remember. I guess that's a thing. Yeah, they would question a lot of things that happen.
Yeah, then always be that one person that actually remembers or just barely remembers. Like, you remember the guy that him.
No, I also think that it's partly because I think most of these reaction channels, they just watch like dozens of shows at the same time, where I think it's difficult to keep track of which exactly
people do that too,
because shows.
But you got to think a year and a half or a full year has passed by since the last season.
Yeah, of course.
You know how many shows or things that people are putting in their mind. Like if this is not, especially the casuals, if this is not like something you're doing regularly, you're like for real, you are going to forget it. That's why like the recap episodes to me, it like especially as a manga reader, it's like okay, I get to see some anime original content. That's what I look forward to. The original anime, like because like the swimming pool episode, I enjoyed that episode immensely because I just love to see the characters interact. The newspaper thing was important because we got the Militia Shield and stuff for people that didn't see the movie and all of that stuff. And then we got like we got the news report episode. We got more development for All Might. Like so there was adding stuff. So that's why like My Hero does the recap in the same vein as I say like the Ember Island players, where the recap isn't terrible. It's like it's manageable, and then it also because you got to remember the anime isn't made for us. Like it's like it is in a sense, but it's made for the people who hasn't experienced the story really.
No, I have actually no problem with the recaps. I'm just wondering now how they would fit the recap in.
Oh, for this I have no idea.
Like how would you fit the recap in between?
Yeah, they're dumb. They're dumb. That's why I have an issue with the ending of season 4 because there's no way to put it in there. This is actually what they could do. This is what they could do is because everybody's in the living room watching the TV, you can have the recap going while everyone's watching the TV because Deku had like in season 4, Deku was like, "Oh, this is our time to take up the mantle." You can have everyone thinking about this situation and like replaying it to situations that's happened to them, and you can have the recap going like that. Then halfway through the episode, you go back into the Dabi Endeavor stuff.
And now I have an idea for the recap. What you can do literally, it's just like documentary. Like you so you have like Endeavor talking about how things that happened, and you will have flashbacks, and you will see you will see the people the main cast like interacting about what they see on TV about Dabi and the stuff that happened that day. It's easy. It is how you can make something of it, but yeah.
Yeah, but the issue is that the day is not over yet.
You don't get to say...
Panzu, look in the chat. You see what World Champion Walken said? He said recap episode may just be a news story and Endeavor is watching the news. You could literally do a recap of like the news. It's on the news and like the news is covering the overhaul stuff. The news cover because UA is such a big thing. You cover that the UA didn't allow people to come in for the first time for the culture festival, and then also you have the Endeavor High End fight, and that's literally just the news report going through. That you could do that.
No, I agree. That would be a cool idea. The problem I have with that is that this day is not over. So putting Endeavor in his chair now to watch the news is no. We first have to have Endeavor meet Dabi, and then we have to meet Endeavor meet the family. Unless you want to recap all of that.
That's what I'm saying.
It's gonna be. They're gonna set it up where it's like Endeavor or Hawks or whoever's sitting there looking at the news. It's gonna cut away. And it's going to be a flashback to when Dabi pulled up, which they could have just told the story in order, but they're going to make it a flashback more than likely.
Yes, we did, Anthony.
But then we already know that Endeavor's going to survive. I mean, I remember that some manga readers thought that Dabi would now kill Endeavor, and that would be immediately lost if we see Endeavor have that or Hawks.
Yes, we agree. We agree, but that's the best way to do it, though. Honestly, at this point, that's probably the best way to do it.
I think but my idea was that we're in this situation. Endeavor had just won the fight. He's raising his fist, and now basically the cameraman in the journalist in the situation is kind of explaining what just happened here, and we can see at that point.
Well, the issue
there is a certain time between.
The issue with that and what we're saying is that the news report wouldn't just cover the Endeavor, the Pro Hero arc. It will also cover the overhaul arc. It will also cover it will literally recap the entire of season 4.
Yeah.
Yes,
Brandon Della. Yes, Brandon Della Cruz. Endeavor being alive would spoil the anime almost technically because the tension from the Dabi pulling up gave the tension like, oh shit, Endeavor really about to get capped because there was nobody saving these niggas, or Dabi just pulled up like, oh shit, what's he about to do? They're both on death's door. That's why no matter which way you spin it, the recap episode, they already botched that shit. Like doing that, doing like not putting, instead of putting Dabi there, pulling up the last few seconds and putting Deku there for no apparent reason. Dabi pulling up is more hyped than Deku because we don't know what the fuck is going on with Deku.
I know.
I'm more interested in Dabi shit.
I mean,
Here's
what I
quick,
thought it was why I don't necessarily need this complete recap is, remember the recap last season wasn't about, nobody talked about what happened during the camp. Nobody talked in this recap. They might have mentioned it shortly at the camp, but nobody talked, for example, about the final exam stuff. They mostly focused on All Might going down. This was what the sole focus of this one episode was, that now All Might is gone. Where do we move from here? Who's going to be our next hero? So it would be perfectly reasonable to have a recap episode that would be told from the perspective of a journalist watching Fukuoka right now. And,
there's also
saying, well, this is the high end appeared, and then we can see the reactions of the students, and the students can maybe think back of the last bad thing that looked like this, which would Deku be the overhaul arc.
There's also the possibility they just put a full middle finger to all of us and completely deviate from what is going on here. Do the recap episode, then episode 2 just come back in like nothing ever happened. Yep. There's also that possibility. Right. I wouldn't like
my
it,
favorite opening is 3, Anthony. My favorite opening is 3. All right, I want to talk about, since we've been on the topic for a minute, I want to switch. Everybody ready to switch gears, or y'all still got something to say about this whole
season
recap?
Pacing.
Yeah. Because I want to get what Neil said out, because I remember it for the most part.
I would like us also to add something to debate on, but it is not for right now. Let's first do his thing.
All right. So who all here reads the chat? Y'all include who all here reads AOT and who watches it?
I read it.
I read it.
Okay,
yeah.
You read it. Yeah, most of y'all read it. So but you do remember the Uprising arc, right? When Kenny and them pulled up and all this, that, and the other.
Yeah, of course.
And they had to play the fool with Aaron and Mikasa and G and all of them. So Neil, I can't find it, but the majority of Neil's theory was the aftermath of this arc, where since they're exposing everything, and Horikoshi put in the fact of how Deku having one for all would come out to the public and stuff like that, or it would come out because that panel wasn't there for no reason. He pointed out basically how the aftermath of this arc would be like that. Okay, the aftermath of this arc would be basically essentially like the AOT Uprising arc. So the Hero Association, they would come back up for Deku and pretend like they're taking him for the greater good or whatnot, but they're using him for their own purposes, and it would go on essentially like that. And like you would have the public going crazy, and the things amongst that. But for those of you that read AOT, you would know what I mean by that. I'm going to try to find what he said initially, but you guys can discuss.
Well, I don't want to spoil AOT for people though.
Well, if that's on season, if we're talking season 3, it's different. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, like season 3 got that weird split up thing where it was placed 2 fucking like years apart or some shit. Like, I don't want that for like later My Hero seasons though. Like,
he just been like that arc specifically, like the
where it's like a lot more. Well, okay, so that arc is like way more focused on like the politics between like who rules the kingdom, who actually has the right to do so, who's making these moves behind the scenes or whatever. And it is kind of about that time where the Hero Safety Commission needs to get pulled into the light, needs to get called out for some questionable practices and behaviors. That said, I don't know which way Horikoshi would go about that. Like, we could have like a parents' rebellion arc, right? Where the primary focus of the arc is the way these parents are reacting towards their children having been involved in these wars and these conflicts, how they feel about, this stuff going forward, and whether or not they want to, fight against the idea of their students, their kids having these like out and about hero licenses anymore. And that's kind of what I was talking about earlier, which is that you have the option of potentially school still kind of being a thing, but maybe hero courses get discontinued because nobody's necessarily going to be trained to be a hero anymore. We're going to start moving more towards the idea of like personal accountability and all these other stuff where everybody's just kind of running around armed. There's a certain
amendment.
Yeah, like there's room for different paths within this. It's just, on one hand, I don't know how hard we would go to have Inko or like, fight against letting Midoriya be a hero anymore. I don't know if that's the direction that the story is going to take, though having the students and the parents and society and the villains all at odds with each other does add a certain level of grounded tension to everything that's happening. Because you look at Momo, who's like, I don't recall us ever being trained to run away. You look at who Deku is and like the amount of self-sacrifice he just has within him. A lot of these characters are not going to listen to their parents
Mhm.
if their parents are like, you shouldn't be a hero anymore. They're not going to care about that. You might not be comfortable with me being a hero, mom, but that don't mean shit to me. I'm out here. I'm in these streets. We don't play that. Grove
Well, the
Street.
what's most interesting for me is what I want to see is who actually has a who actually has that faint that not want to say faint of heart, but the break of heart, and they do have to question what's really going on. Because what I keep saying is that, and funny, even they set up in joint training arc is like the two people that have the two most, I say the two most interesting plot lines going forward is one Shoto and two Tokiyami, because Shoto is already like a loose cannon. Like that nigga be going off the hinge. He be saying some fucking foul mouth shit. Like he got that sadistic, that psychotic side to his ass too. He be forgetting. He got that real fire side, just like Endeavor, like to his ass too. So when he goes off the rails, like what Dabi does to his dad and shit like that, and a mind break from that, and then you got Tokiyami, who's going to have to deal with the backlash of Hawks getting exposed and that him trusting his master, and other people are not going to like vibe with his decision, or they're going to be questioning like, so why was he with them the whole time? What was he doing with them? Does he really side with them? Because you got to think, a lot of the youth have been influenced by Hawks too, because like I said, the Riri is so important that he was passing it out to a bunch of kids. He can't fake that shit. He's not going to be sending messages to the kids. Like that book is imprinted like that. Like if like for a lot of y'all, I know everybody got somebody to look up to, and if you were 10 years old and you looking up to like Michael Jackson or you looking at Chris Brown, whoever you looking up to, LeBron, whoever your idol is, and that you 10 years old and that motherfucker gives you a book to read, you gonna take that shit and you gonna read that and you gonna be like, oh my god, I can be just like him if I think just like this or this, that, and the other. He's number two hero reason for partially mainly because of his fucking influence and how people love him. So it's like that influenced the nature of people too, along with everything else happening within the story.
Mm.
So it's like, who's going to still be like sticking to the guns? Like Tokiyama's already having like a fucking tough time dealing with what the fuck Hawks did.
Yep.
So imagine like and he sticks by Hawks side. So that bitch ass bird. So imagine like everything else going to all these other kids. Like even Manetta said, did we really do the right thing? And they're
Yep.
gonna look at this entire city and be like, bro. But like even that nigga Dufus, like nigga, how many people just died?
But they tried to. Like, so the thing about for me is like, yeah, I don't know. We said it like in some in other episodes, like episode ago, that some of these students will stop to become heroes. Because yeah, it's hard to see this because they did their best and people died anyway. It is something that they will have to face as a hero, and sometimes some people can handle it. Mineta is one of the characters that I think that we will see a growth about these things, because he's the one who's like the most uh not really on the good path to go to being a hero, like to be coming from really being a hero from a good point, or like he just want to be a hero to look cool or to get women. So it will change his perceptions of things. Heroes maybe Mina, because Mina just had she was facing her PTSD with like Jikento Makia, so she will met something with this too. Momo will she will be a hero, but she will have also to face this PTSD. Yeah, Denki. Yeah, we don't know where he is right now. Was he next to the other guys or not in the last chapters?
You said Kaminari?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, he's right there with the rest of the class. He
Yeah.
was in when they got
So
knocked back the first time. He was in Poltergeist's lap. And he was talking about lap pillow,
okay. Slot pillow.
and
So
then
yeah,
yeah, since they all got moved back together.
so yeah, many of the students I think that they will stop to become heroes because yeah, and if the parents say no, they will gladly accept it because even if they helps to stop this stuff, they will stay and they will feel guilty, and this guilt will make them start think about their purpose in life and everything. Yeah.
the only one I'm sure that will not stop to be a hero is Deku, but I don't know how he will face this with his arms who looks like this. His mother, if he, you know how we can fix the problem. His mother, that his mother died along all this stuff there.
Nah, but I think he needs to have that
That
conversation more than anything, because nobody's going to deny Deku for being a hero. They'll reprimand him for his actions, but nobody's going to deny him for being a hero.
his mother will. She said.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like her dying is that's not nobody. If she dies, nobody else is going to reprimand Deku for being it. I mean, nobody's going to try to stop Deku from being a hero still.
It is something that can happen. It will also learn it will be a really bad moment for Deku, because Deku will be like, yeah. The thing that Aizawa said, if you're hurt like this, you can't save anyone, and he was the one. He will feel. Deku has like a problem with being a hero, like the heroes the self-sacrifice thing. So he will feel the guilty for not being able to save his mother. It is something that he will feel. I'm sure of it. Really sure of it, because if his mother dies from all the thing with the leg, it's gonna be. It will affect him, not because he died, because he wasn't able to do something. It is something that can happen in the story right now. So I'm really because what can she do to stop him?
Nothing. And that's the thing, is that like all the parents can do is complain and like get the laws themselves changed. And the
Yeah.
thing is when you have people like Hanabata, who's in the Hearts and Minds Party, as much as people want to like ignore that and be like, well, maybe his political position is that, we wouldn't be caring about him as a character if his political clout was like non-existent. And the thing is that Compress being able to be like, oh, that's Hanabata from the Hearts and Minds Party. That should let you know that he's a relevant enough representative to a district that's not at all tied to Compress, that the political pool is there. So more than likely the parents' anger will be exploited by the government officials, and then the Hero Safety Commission will probably slowly be dissolved, because part of this was also set up by the police commission. So they may be more of a pushing to like, do police officers having quirks and getting rid of heroes? This could be a double crossing within the police and the government systems to enable different branches of the government right now to gain different aspects of political power, so that they can influence Hero Society or make it how it is, or get rid of Hero Society in their own way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. There is so many. That's why I really love. Like I said, I really love My Hero Academia to talk about, because all the options that we have right now, because we have also to count uh, ja- how will the world react to this? Because this will come to USA, and we know the link to between USA and Japan with All Might and everything. So we have some reaction of the world too, and yeah, it is really something I'm really excited. But I don't know if somebody else want to add something to this. Nobody.
No, I think we're like slowly wrapping down. Wait, yeah, don't blame me.
I
Yeah,
just
yeah,
had
we're in
one
the we're
question. I just had one question.
mm,
It's about the quirks, really. It's something that I was always thinking, and I always forgot to ask about this to you guys. It's about the fact that many people. I follow many other podcasts or channels when to talk about the evolution of quirks. We see really early in the story that if your something happened to your quirk, you can, if you can do something else with your quirk, you can go to the Mary and change what your quirk is about, and what we saw with Shigaraki, I forgot his name, twice, and Toga. They Many people call it like a second evolution of something like this.
Oh yeah, but that's just them not paying attention though. Like that's
Y-
not what it is.
That's not what it is though, because what I'm thinking about is just like for I forgot this for Shigawaki, that was just a memory repression, so it was more a mental block.
twice. He had also a mental block because he didn't want to clone himself, but he could always clone. We knew that his clones could clone his own clones, though. Or I'm really confused right now.
So no, that there has been no actual on-panel awakenings of any quirks in the entire series. There's been Redestro and Curious stating it and then immediately being rejected on their premise either by the story or by the character themselves. So, and like if you think about what Toga said now, like just now she said, drinking the blood of someone I love gives me their quirk, which means Toga is fully aware that if she's infatuated or obsessed with somebody enough, she can steal their quirk and copy it. That means that the entire time that has been how her quirk is operated. We just haven't known that. That's on us, and that's also on us for not making that assumption or being at least slightly curious about the replications. Because like I said, after the overhaul arc happened, we got confirmation that the splicing of DNA into another person's body gives the access to the quirks. So the second overhaul displayed the ability to use NATO's ability to ask questions and force people to tell the truth. We should have seen that anybody who ingested someone else's DNA should have had that on the table in our minds, even if it wasn't directly stated to us.
Yes.
No, it is not an evolution, Ali. I just said that out loud. So no, it's not an evolution. This was people not knowing how her quirk worked. And the same goes for Shigaraki, where if you think back, Gran Torino said, this is what we were worried about. What kind of upgrades did he get? His decay spreads now. That is not a byproduct of the surgery. People have been assuming they understood Shigaraki's quirk. They've been assuming they knew Toga's. They did not. So like I said, during like My Villain Academia, you see the decay literally spread through. That's what like the grandma and the grandpa didn't get one shot because they got close or because Shigaraki touched them. It's because the decay spread to the ground and hit them. That is how decay works. It can decay anything. It can spread. It can propagate. He mentally shut it away. Now he's using it properly. Twice, even when he had his mental blocks, could have made a clone of himself. He physically chose not to do it because he was uncomfortable with the ramifications of said action. It's once he became into a position where he was like, okay, I'm the real one. I can make these clones. He's like, even when the clones pulled up on Redestro, they were like, hey, Baldy. And then they started arguing about who the real one was. And then they all got destroyed. And one of them was like, yeah, see, he told you he was fake. Boom. So it's all conditions that other people just weren't aware of. You have to ask yourself, did Gaten's quirk evolve and he learned how to, and it changed and he was able to manipulate temperature? Or did Gaten exist in a world where he had never attempted to freeze the water lower due to the fact that he just never thought to use his power that way? Most people would think of ice manipulation as being able to just move ice, or pyrokinesis as being able to just move and then manipulate fire. Ice isn't thought of in the same way that fire is, though, where you're thinking about I can control the variable heat levels, temperature, because when you're using fire in your daily life, it's just like you control the, you turn it on, you move it, you're thinking about, well, I have it on high if it's a gas stove, or medium or low, and that the fluid is the heat. Well, with ice, you just throw your ice cubes and some shit and you go about your day. So Gaten just needed to think about his power more, not necessarily evolve.
So here's my thing. I agree with everything you said up into the Gaten part. I think that Redestro was wrong about Shigaraki, Toga, and Twice. I think we all agree with that. I think that Gaten was Quirk Awakening, and I think there is actually Quirk Awakening in the series. We just haven't seen it yet. I think Horikoshi introduced that because I think there's no reason to introduce that concept if it wasn't going to eventually play out. Because they're like, so I think that Genten himself is a Quirk Awakening, and where
wait. The reason why I'm going to say I don't agree with that is because you need false pseudoscience. You need misinformation to be popularly believed too in a series, because that adds to the world building. To this day, we have flat earthers. We have people who are anti-vax. We have people who are this and that, where their premise is literally based off of them not knowing or understanding stuff because of outdated information or misinformation they've heard and just decided to run with. The meta liberation ideology itself, like you got to think, like the books and the stuff, it comes from before Redestro was born. They have outdated views. All Might already talked about, like when we were doing the costumes discussions, you can misunderstand your own quirk and still be effective with it.
Yep.
I agree. I agree with that. I just think that because Geten was trained from such a young age, I think that would have been something he tried. And I think that having that quirk, specifically what I think contributes to the Genten and Quirk Awakening was that Genten wasn't near a body of water or anything. He was healing Redestro because he was burned. So I think that's why I think it's a Quirk Awakening. If he was near water or something, then I could say, oh, maybe he just didn't think about it. But because he was actually healing the burn or like cooling off Redestro's burn, I think that quantifies as a Quirk Awakening. And I think that Genten is the only person we've seen, and we will see other people in the future.
Okay, no, wait. Geten, his power was just to to use water and to put it in ice and use manipulate the ice like effectively. That's the quirk of Geten though. Of if are they?
Well, the original, I think I don't know if Redestro said it himself, but I'm pretty sure the original thought of Gitten's quirk was literally just like moving, like manipulating ice. Him
That's what I'm
changing
saying,
him changing the temperature or like cooling off something like a burn. I don't think that was a part of his initial quirk until he awakened it.
So the thing though is that if he burned himself with like tea, all he's doing is cooling the water that's on him. Yes. No, I don't currently agree with the notion that your quirk just magically changes. I think your understanding of your quirk evolves. And what Toga says this chapter further contradicts Curious's guess. Because at the end of the day, Curious was tossing out a hypothesis. Even back then, Toga directly looked at her and went, no. So,
well, but that's what I'm saying. They guessed.
Well, that was for the chat because somebody in the chat was bringing that up.
Oh, yeah. Well,
that
yeah,
part, yeah.
But yeah, I think that Gitten. I just think that you don't say this and you have a reference to the person that was able to do it, be off screen, like somebody that we don't know. If this wasn't a true thing, and I just think that the reason why we were explicitly shown Shigaraki, Toga, and Twice is to say what isn't Quirk Awakening. I think we have the MVA to show what Quirk Awakening is not, and we're going to get what it is later on.
Okay, give me an example. What would be for our favorite character, Shoto, his Quirk Awakening? Tell me.
I have no idea. Because I don't know how you awaken ice and fire, but that's what I'm saying. Like it's like a devil fruit awakening. You just have no idea like how, or maybe Shoto's awakening for his eyesight would be to manipulate all ice and not just create it. Maybe that's his awakening, or then on his fire side he manipulates all fire from a distance.
That is something that his father can also do. His father is a total pyrokiness. It is something in his blood to control the fire. His mother, we don't know about his mother's quirk right now. We don't know, but I think that that Endeavor is smart enough to take the best ice quirk possible. So he will use somebody that has the quirk equivalent to his, like controlling ice. Also have an cryokinesis. I don't know.
But Ponzo, just because Endeavor can do it doesn't mean
what?
Question.
What?
I said just because Endeavor can do pyrokinesis, or I don't even like you said pyrokinesis. I don't even know if Endeavor can do that. Like I don't.
No. I read it on the wiki that he has the power to use every type of array. So he can control mentally.
But what I'm saying is I've never seen that stated in the story. Is what I'm saying. I could be wrong, but I've never seen it in the story.
Many times. You see in the story that that even the fire of the Nomu in the anime, he just like bend it like a firebender. So yeah.
But that was filler. That's what I'm saying. But in actual, well, I guess the Hell Spider thing would be.
No, but he's at the same time he's generating that from his own body.
That's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is we've never seen him use it from outside fires. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, real quick, Sayas, is your hand up because you got a point to make and you're being polite?
No, what? My hand has been up for like hours and I have forgotten to take it down.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, but again, like we've never seen Endeavor control flames outside of his body. That's what I'm saying. So Shoto being able to control ice or flames outside of his body would be an awakening, I assume.
Yeah. So
I don't know who
one of the questions that comes down to, like out of this though is how much, because and in some ways you can argue that like there are concepts and things that are fleshed out in the anime that are likely intended to be canon as a form of like bridging the gap. like as far as like our understanding of what like happened in these scenarios. So like for example, when you look at the Hosu City incident and like Endeavor cooks the brain or like runs up the building, we don't actually get to see that. We just know that Endeavor made an impact and did stuff that eventually allowed him to have time to get where he needed to be. Just like with joint training, we got bonus context on the people that Shoto fought and the people that Momo's group fought, where you can argue their canonicity, but it does the story no harm if it's canon. And like even when Caleb Cook was talking about like when you're consuming My Hero Academia and you're looking at it, he kind of has to like log extra discrepancies within the series throughout these spreadsheets just in case. Including stuff from like Vigilante, Smash, etc. And he was like, the one that you have to worry the least about though being Smash. And then like the movies have strange timelines, but they're supposed to be canon, so you have to kind of like figure out like how that works out. So there's stuff within different stories that. So when you have something like, especially with the anime, like with the Hosu incident, or the fact that the Selkie episode is technically filler, but we know that Selkie is a canon hero. Sue did in fact do her internship with him, and she did talk about busting smugglers later on.
Yes.
Mhm.
The Selkie episode is canon; it just didn't exist within the manga, so it's just.
Confuses me is in terms of Hosu that in Hosu we saw Endeavor use this bluish white fire, which at this point was of course only anime only, and so I think for a long time until the anime showed it, it's always unclear what kind of color Flame has in the anime, in the manga, because always black and white. But they didn't choose to make any of his attacks in Fukuoka against the high end white bluish, even though those were supposedly his
It is, and I think it is
attacks.
I
well,
think
false.
is that retconning
It
that
is
he
a
can't
false.
use white fire?
There's a difference because in that arc, if you read it, they say it's a bright, shining, blinding light. So it will be in the colors that are used are clearly like more clear. And then like in
Yes.
the anime, they add the blue thing was added just as like I think it was a
No, I
more
know
so a
the
different
anime
point.
was just I think they wanted to show very hot fire, so they made this fire blue in the anime. Or
Yeah,
white.
but the difference with the thing with they were fighting the high end was that it was clearly stated that like Endeavor was going to a
that's why I
different
think
point.
that if they now retconned it so he can't actually use white fire.
But what I agree with.
Because if he can use it, he would have used it because he was supposedly the strongest attack, and he didn't use it when he was trying to.
He hasn't used it against high-end, and he hasn't used it against Shigaraki. So that's why I'm like take what the anime does with filler, especially like fights, with a grain of salt. Like because like if you have like the Sue episode or whatever, that's cool or whatever, because that doesn't really it just fills out what happened there, but it doesn't impact the story like tremendously. But like that Blue Flames thing, I thought for a minute Endeavor had Blue Flames. Because I was like, okay, so Horikoshi told them that, okay, this is Blue Flames here, but now it's like that's not the case. That's why we got to take what the anime does with a grain of salt.
Granted, I think he actually spoke on that scene. It was kind of like, wow, that's a cool addition. And like, so what's weird is that I feel like he noticed that, decided I would do something with it. Because like when he did Jet Burn, right? Jet's flames, like the propulsion behind a jet is usually blue. Mm-hmm. So like I expected like, okay, so the gauntlets and stuff is going to be like how he gets access to the blue flames through his like support tech or whatever. And then the anime was like, no, we'll just keep it red now. So I think that was just like a case of, you know what? Yeah, I will add this to the story. Never mind. We'll take that out if that wasn't in the story in the first place. And then now here we are.
I mean, it might just be to
because I think myself, I always thought that the fires that he used to beat the high end were like harder flames, like bluish or whitish. And it is something that we learned that he can or higher the temperatures are difficult it is for him to control the fire, and to carbonize some flesh. You have to use blue flames help to do this. So it is the use of blue flames are normally correct in the story. That's why his fire is so powerful, because he has his base stat about the temperature of his fire is really high. It is something that Endeavor and Todoroki have to work to go there, to use blue flames. And Todoroki has no more chance to go there because he can cool his body off.
if they used, that's why in the anime, if they used for the joint arc, like red flame, like orange flames, it will be weird because what I forgot the name of on my said, oh, he's gonna use that technique. He's gonna be better than the endeavors. So what we can expect is blue flames from Todoroki. Literally in that fight, if they don't use it, it is something that's really, we have to think about it. It's really weird if you don't use it because even Iron can support blue flames. Iron can support that.
Yeah.
So
real quick, I'm getting towards the end of, because I didn't actually eat breakfast today, so we're getting
honestly, I wanted to speak in honestly because that day, that's why I was trying to wait until they finished their topic. Because did you read anything else in Jump?
I actually did make it a point to get some time in to read Jujutsu Kaisen. I did read Undead Unluck today. I have managed to read Jigo Karaku now. I managed to fit in Black Clover, One Piece. I got a good chunk of them down while we were during stream.
Well, Chainsaw Man is top tier. That shit was just hit. JJK, my favorite character, man. I am so happy with that send off. That was amazing. That was truly. I'm so content.
Oh, is Coyote here? Because I want to know if Coyote liked Mekamaru.
Yeah, he probably did. I think he did. Because you know what? That would make a lot of sense why he going out the series now. That's my GOAT, man. I love Mekamaru, man. And he can stay at top one. It's so fitting with that send off.
All right, so.
Oh, you go.
Like, I'm going to go around real quick. I don't know if you actually hear or not, Flo. So I'm going to offer you the chance to get your final thoughts in real quick, Flo. I don't know if you hear. If you're not, I'll pass the buck.
I'm eating.
All right, niggas eating. So either he'll be done eating by the time it's his turn again or not. We'll see. So Banzu, real quick, final thoughts.
A great chapter. An 8 on 10, I will say. We had some good conversation about the quirks thingy and everything, thanks to it. So yeah, I'm waiting for the next chapter to see Debbie go out or see what's gonna happen. So yeah, see you next week, guys. Kisses.
Awesome. All right, Rex.
Thank you all for coming. This was a great chapter this week. Actually watch and read Talentless Nana. Great show, great series, and yeah, that's it.
Say yes.
I like the chapter. I like seeing how it's been too long. Didn't know what she was doing anyway, so now we know. I really like that I actually really like that the encounter between Toga and Ochako was really just what Horikoshi promised it would be. Like, she said she wanted to ask her something, she asked her something and left again. I actually like it that it was so short. And I'm kind of excited about the next chapters.
Read big fiction, guys. Read big fiction.
Archbishop East, go ahead.
I don't even know what I'm about to say. 10 out of 10. The GOAT has come back once again, man. So satisfying to be here once again, praising my GOAT, man. It was an amazing conversation with Ochako and Toga, man. It was a phenomenal. Toga did nothing wrong. You know what I'm saying? We out here with that. We out here with that agenda. And Watkins, we spoke about death about Toga at the beginning of the chapter, so you can go back to that at the beginning of the stream. But yeah, once again, you know, it was amazing. That final page, fucking peak fiction, man. The fucking way that this shit just elevates, bro.
Okay, Mom.
Oh my god, bro! Like that shit was just so fucking clean, man. Like I keep going back to look at that shit time and time again. That shit it's like a fucking anime. Dun 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 dun. And this next chapter, of course, is gonna be another setup. And I'm gonna have to hear the blah 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 setup thing, but I don't care, man. Next chapter gonna be a 10 out of 10. Shit really be 11 out of 10. After that, 20 out of 10. After that, we just gonna keep raising the bar until we hit infinity. But we always there. Hard culture to go.
All right, Flo, do you want to interrupt your meal or should I just close things down?
Cool chapter, bro.
That's Flo. All right, guys. So thank you everybody for coming through. We're gonna wrap up the stream here because I need to go get some food. But I appreciate everybody coming through. Didn't expect the chapter to release a little earlier. I guess that means live streams might have to just like start happening earlier from now on.
No, I'm gonna keep the time went back.
Oof. Also, we got to fall back, and then they just did it before us. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like next week. Wait, when is it?
It's gonna be a 12 next week. It's just that the time went back an hour, so I don't think they accounted for that.
All right.
What?
Beat the breaker, guys.
All right. So
big fiction.
But one of the other things that I need to make sure you guys understand: Tuesday, November 10th, greatest manga of 2020 stream. What is happening on Rogers Base channel? Your boy is one of the judges. Make sure you come through to support the church because I'm gonna be in there pushing the agenda. You already know. There's some manga that I'm okay with having, top 3 and potentially get placed over it. There's some that absolutely I will do everything in my power to make sure they do not make top 4. You already know I'm not letting some creditless drivel be in the top, considered the greatest. So make sure you guys come through November 10th, 2020, Rogers Base channels. I actually think it's November 10th. Maybe I'm tripping, but I'm pretty sure he said November 10th. So make sure you come through for that. We're going in deep. Appreciate everybody coming through.
Let's show the power of the church. Undead
Unluck is definitely getting pushed because it's sitting in the losers bracket right now. Depending on what falls against it, it will not stand against me. I can't wait. I appreciate all the support. You guys are a part of the reason why I'm able to be invited to such a big thing. I'm actually the smallest channel that's going to be involved in that stream. So it means